Good evening. My name is Jonathan Ray, Chair of the Select Board. I would like to call the Select Board meeting for August 10th, 2026 to order at 6:31 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in accordance with provisions of the open meeting law. Please note that due to technical difficulties, this meeting will be live streamed on YouTube through the Northborough Media Connection YouTube channel only. It will not be broadcast on public access television channels. We apologize for any inconvenience and appreciate your understanding. Before we begin, I will state the members of the Select Board who are present in the room. Buzzy Rutan. Present. Jeff Austin. Present. Joanne Hirsch. Here. Michael Teason.
Here.
And I'm here. So the first order of business is executive session, but seeing a large contingency of people, I'm going to propose that we open up to public comment in respect for your time. And at this time, we'll open to public comment and then enter into executive session after that. Please state your name and your address.
Well, my name is Melissa Jameson, and I do not live in town, but I am here on behalf of the Northborough Public Schools. I am the Union Vice President for the Northborough Teachers Association. If it's okay, I would like to make a statement.
Any objection? No.
Okay. Good evening, Chair and members of the Select Board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I am here not only as a teacher in the Northborough Public Schools, but also as the Vice President of our Teachers Association. I care deeply about our schools, our students, our staff, and our community. I also understand that the rising cost of health insurance is a serious concern for the town. I don't believe anyone in this room disagrees with that. The question is how we work together to address that challenge. I am asking the Select Board to vote against the item on the agenda to adopt Chapter 32B, Sections 21 through 23 at this time. Last spring, the Teachers Associations agreed to enter into discussions about ways to reduce health insurance costs. We understand that those conversations would continue. We understood that those conversations would continue in August and September. Instead, we received a notice of an upcoming vote after there had been no discussion since May. The presidents of the three teachers associations stated in their joint communication, moving forward on an expedited timeline during the summer hiatus is particularly concerning given the history of open communication and collaboration between the associations and the town. As a teacher, I know that decisions affecting our health insurance have a very real impact on the town and the school employees and their families. As a union officer, I also know that our responsibility is to advocate for our members. But advocacy does not necessarily have to mean confrontation. We have demonstrated that we can sit down together, look honestly at the costs, and listen to one another and work towards solutions. The associations have already made clear that we are willing to examine ways to reduce the financial burden of healthcare on both employee and employers. So tonight, I'm asking you to choose collaboration over a rushed decision. Please vote against adopting these provisions tonight and instead give the town and affected associations the opportunity to have the discussions we had agreed to have. Let's examine the numbers, consider alternatives, and work together toward a solution that is financially responsible while recognizing the impact on the people who serve Northborough every day. We may not agree on every solution, but I believe we can agree that the best decision when everyone affected has a meaningful opportunity to be. I respectfully ask that you vote down this agenda item and return to the table with us. Thank you.
Just a clarifying comment for folks in the room. And thank you for your comments. And I agree with your tone and I agree with the collaborative way in which you approach it. We're not making decisions. We want to vote to enable us to be able to have the conversations in its procedural nature tonight. So by no means are we looking to make any decisions tonight other than enabling us to procedurally start that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Marion Thompson, 10 Mayflower, former employee, retiree. I saw this on the agenda and I did have a question. Again, reference to 32B is that why is this coming up now? You know, do we have plans that are we looking into changing the plan that we have currently, the health plan and the insurance benefits to possibly transfer to the state GIC program, which, as we all know, a lot of towns, not here in Grafton and Ashland are the only two in our market basket area here that participate with the GIC. As a retiree, it's a little different for us. I know with the PDC, a retiree only has a 10% voting, if you're a member on that, as far as what the decision is on it. And I wanted to kind of understand why it is coming up now. Like what prompted this discussion, and I know you say you're just going to adopt it, but when you adopt it, then you have section 21, which is the process initiation, 22 is the plan design changes, and 23 is the GIC transfer. And if my understanding is correct, that the plans that we have now are 70-30 by 25. So if you do transfer to that without taking that section 9, correct, those plans wouldn't change. If you adopt the section 19, that can change to what you want them to be, whether it be 70-30, 60-40, 50-50. I know that I've heard one town that has not made a decision yet on this, and I think they're for their retirees, they're looking at a 50-50 split for retirees in their town, which is going to take a hit to all the retirees here in Northborough. I mean, we have like 200, I think, retirees in the town.
Yeah, you're way ahead of us. We're simply tonight
Correct. I know.
voting to adopt.
To
So
adopt it.
we have not discussed any
Right.
plans that would be, of course, our next step, looking at comparative plans, but other than that, no, our main goal tonight is to
Just
see
adopt.
if they want to adopt.
Right.
Pass general law.
Yeah. Why did that come up tonight? That's my question. Why are you doing this now?
It's another tool in the toolbox for us. It is one of our largest budget busters.
It is, yes.
So we need to look at all options. We want to maintain the town. We want to retain our people. And if we're not going to make any changes insurance wise, there will be repercussions down the road.
Okay. I was just wondering why all of a sudden it seems to come up now.
Well, we've been working, we started the budget season for fiscal year 28 in May. I think we had our first meeting. Yeah.
Right. Now I know that, but I mean, it's just like the first notice that I just happened to hear of it 2 days ago. Yeah, I heard it not through the town, not through the fire department, it was somebody else in Boston that said, I got information off roads looking to do this. So that's all. I just wanted to understand why the change was coming up now. And I don't think GIC, as we all know, it's not well funded.
Yeah,
It's not a great
And
plan.
that is not, that discussion has not been put on the table. That's-
Okay, I'm just speaking my piece on it, so, all right, thank you.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment and we'll enter into executive session. At this time, the board will enter into executive session pursuant to M.G.L. Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with Northborough firefighters Local 3057 IAFF. Pursuant to M.G.L. Chapter 38, Section 21A2, to discuss strategy negotiations with respect to potential employment agreement and/or contract with fire chief. Pursuant to M.G.L. Chapter 38, Section 21A6, to discuss the value and/or disposition of real property located at 4 West Main Street, including review and evaluation of proposals received in response to the request for proposals, and to review the executive meeting minutes of June 15th, 2026. I declare that discussion of these matters in open session may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the town. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to enter into executive session.
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. This vote will be taken by roll call as required. Mike Teason. Aye. Julianne.
Aye.
Jeff.
Aye.
Leslie.
Aye.
Motion carries. The board will now enter into executive session. Following executive session, the select board will return back to open session. Thank you. Session following executive session. Time is now 8:00 p.m. Start with the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Yes, Marion. Liberty and justice for all. It's good to see a packed room still. We'll get to the next order of business, and that is item number 3 on our agenda. The state primary warrant review and sign presented by Town Clerk Damien, who is remote. And Damien, I see on the TV. Can you hear us, Damien?
I can, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Did anybody have any questions about the warrant or?
Do you want to just give an overview, Damien?
Absolutely, it's state mandated. They give us a template and we just have, fill in all the races that are going to be on our ballot. And then we'll post it in 5 different locations all over town.
Is there anything unique about this, or just in our procedure, we're not making any changes to anything?
Nope, no changes, just has to be approved and signed.
Any other questions any questions, select board?
I move that the select board vote to approve and sign the state primary warrant as presented by Town Clerk David Better.
Motion made and seconded, roll call vote, Leslie?
Aye.
Jeff? Aye. Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Great, thank you.
Don't go anywhere, Damien. So number 4 on the agenda tonight is continued use of the senior center as a voting location and in-person voting. Discussion presented by Town Clerk Damien Bartek.
Yes, so I know we all had, you guys all had some discussion on the senior center. And I didn't know if you want my input on how it went or where you guys stand with that now on moving it.
Leslie?
I would love your input, and I also like the input of, if possible, police and fire. In terms of how they felt that went and their views on the efficiency of that location.
Okay, yeah, so I don't think it was efficient at all. It was really a struggle to make sure that we keep precincts straight. People aren't crossing over to the other precinct. All of our tabulator boxes have to be plugged into outlets. They can't be on a power strip. So that's 4 different outlets that we need to be separate from each other. I'm going to change things a little bit going forward for this upcoming September 1st, where I'll put precinct 4, where it has a different ballot and a different room. But even still, with the parking on our local election, that parking lot was full almost all day between the people down at the road campaigning or voters or just so many different people coming in and out. It was just chaos. So I don't feel like it's a good fit and we're only getting bigger.
Good evening. Good evening. I second what Damien is saying. I think for a local election, it worked barely, but it worked. I do agree on the parking concerns, even at the local election level. I do have some concerns about the bigger elections for governor coming up and presidential elections. I can appreciate people's concerns about wanting to get the elections out of the schools. I totally understand that. I've always supported having it there, and not supported having it there, but prepared very hard to ensure a safe election day. And if it were to go back to the schools, we would certainly go back to our original plan. I've always said it's one of the safest days in the school is election day, because we are very well prepared and have a lot of officers on hand. I understand both sides of the argument to this. To that said, the senior center it's going to be a tough fit for bigger elections.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
One question, Chief. How much of that has to do with egress, like one way to get in and one way to get out versus?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I do think that is one of the bigger problems at the senior center. It's only one way in, and it's kind of a bottleneck there with the curves. Just on that local election in spring, it really did almost fill up. I was kind of surprised because I thought I thought parking wouldn't be an issue. And it never got to the point of being an issue, but it was close. You know, so if the board wishes to continue there, we would certainly have to come up with a better contingency plan as to what to do with overflow parking or staff parking, shuttle buses, something to that effect. But I don't think we would get we wouldn't have enough spaces for the amount of voters that come up. So thank you.
So, two questions. One is, what is the number of people that voted at that May election? And what do you predict would happen in like November? Like how many more voters will we have? And also, could you please review other options other than schools? My understanding is you can use churches, you can use grocery stores. So what other options do we have?
I truly don't know what other options, who would be willing to let us in and basically close their business for at least a full day once a year, up to 4 times a year. So that's really a tough ask. I had some thought. I know everybody's not everybody. I know a lot of people are completely against the schools, which I completely understand, but our schedule goes along with our regional school with Southborough, where our local election same day, and obviously state and federal are same day. So I had the thought of maybe doing like other districts do and having professional development days on the May election, and then again on the September, which the state has it in the legislation right now to set a date for that election, where right now it just is the first Tuesday in the month.
So, but do you know the numbers? Like, is the November election gonna be twice what it was in May, for example?
Oh, without a doubt. I'd say even more than that.
Okay.
I'm
And
trying to
then,
remember the number off the top of my head from the local. I have so many numbers in my head. I want to say it was a high turnout because we did have contested races from what we're used to. I think last year was like a ridiculous amount, like 360 voters. This year we were, I want to say right around 1,000.
okay, and so you really haven't reached out to like the churches or?
No, because it's not my decision to make. It's actually the board of registrars would have to recommend it to the select board. And we're in the process of getting another board of registrar, but I'd be open to any suggestion.
Okay, well, that might be my suggestion, is to see what they think.
Do we know of any other towns that use churches who market supply or people using?
It's just something I read that it doesn't have to, you can basically have an election in a lot of different places. And I think churches are fairly common, aren't they?
I know in the city of Worcester, they do churches, city of Boston, bigger cities like that. Locally, I don't know of any, but I'm sure they definitely have them. I think stores would be a tough sell just because, like I said, they have to close. Nobody'd be allowed in or out other than voters. So that gets tough.
Mm-hmm.
Just out of curiosity, Damian, one of my concerns, I guess, a little bit, is that the senior center is a little further out as well. Do we know can we predict? I guess we really can't because it's the first time we voted there, as to whether that particular location is any kind of a deterrent for voters because it isn't more in the center of town.
I think it's too soon to tell, honestly. I think after this election, it very well could be. We've already mailed out, gosh, probably around close to 1,000 ballots, just for this primary. I mean, granted, we probably won't get even a quarter of that back, but they were requested. So a lot of people vote by mail. Early voting, we haven't started yet, but at our primary, presidential primary in March of 2024, we had 62 people in 80 hours vote in person. I'm sorry, in 40 hours vote in person. But then for the presidential, we had about 150 for the first week and over 1,000 for the second week. So we give them all the options. It's just, we can't make them do it.
With it, for early voting, where did we land for both the national election and town elections? Is early voting instituted in Norfolk permanently, or are we still have to do something?
So for state elections, we're good, but for local elections, the way it's written, the board has to vote it in.
How do we vote it in? That's what
You-
I meant.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can't. It has to be voted by the Board of Registrars. 50% of the Board of Registrars have to vote to have local elections with in-person early voting. It's very much, in my opinion, we can absolutely do whatever you want, but it is not cost effective. People do not show up. The majority vote by mail. I put a chart in there. I mean, it shows 2024 primary, there was next to nobody. They don't come in. We have to fully staff it the entire time we're open. So 8 to 4, Monday, well, our regular hours, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Monday to Wednesday, Thursday, 8 to 4, Tuesday, 8 to 7, Friday, 7 to 12, have to be completely staffed by election workers. We can't hold it in our office because we can't have a voting booth in there. So it has to be in a different part of the building that we have to shut down and have for early voting, like we'll be doing in the old rec room for the primary. There's a law put in legislation right now that they're trying to pass a bill, that to get rid of early voting for state primaries because nobody comes, they don't show up.
Thank you.
So one question, Damien, at this point, right, we have the September 1st primary and the November 3rd general.
Right.
Is the senior center going to be the voting location for both of those, or are we talking about moving it for the general?
I think we should leave it where it is for the remainder of this year to cause less confusion with the voters. I mean, we just moved there, and not only that, we'd have to send out another postcard to every registered voter, which is a cost to us. Letting everybody know that we moved again. We'd have to have the state come out and make sure it's ADA compliant. They don't really have a say on where I can't say that. They can absolutely tell us no, but they want to see what our options are, and then they'll come out and make sure that it's okay if we request that, which I would prefer to do.
Okay, so when would be the next election you think would be reasonable if we were to change something?
Next spring, by the next local election. And it would be a perfect year because it's an odd year and it's the only election for the entire year.
Also, as a follow-up to Mike's, how much lead time would we need? In other words, what's the drop dead deadline for our board to make a recommendation for a change then for that election next spring?
I believe it's only 45 days off the top of my head, so it's not a big change, but that's when you have to notify me. I honestly don't know off the top of my head. I would say to make sure the postcards and everything could go out in time, at least a good 4 to 6 months.
4 to 6 months, okay.
Plans and such, yeah, we definitely have 45 days.
No, 45 days from the deadline of, I can't explain it. It's not 45 days from the election. It's 45 days from the last day you can give me a ballot question. So I believe it puts out at like 96 days. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I guess when would this need to be on our agenda then?
Yeah, we're gonna look up the statutory requirements and then we'll have to,
Early 2027.
yes, and think of places that we could possibly hold the election.
Options.
So we don't really, I mean, we're having,
Heard.
yeah, we're having the voting in November at the senior center. And the question for us, we choose to change it in the spring, make sure we have enough lead time to see some.
But I think we also have to make alternate plans, like, are we gonna shuttle people in? I mean, where's the chief? We were maxed, I remember. Most of the heavy times were around noon, then 2, and then after work, it was very heavy.
Yeah, seeing that we're gonna be staying there for the November election, which is a governor's race, correct?
Yeah,
Yes,
We're definitely gonna have to do some planning between now and then. We'll make it happen, we'll get it done. I think we'll have a better idea as to how things went then. I would expect the residents just to be prepared to wait a little bit. And encourage early voting, things like that, but we'll have to kind of develop a plan to address some of those things as the time comes closer. I think we're good for the September. I don't think that's gonna be much of an issue, but the November one, just a little worried about the park. And I think between Damien and myself, fire chief, we can kind of start working on that a little bit. DPW director can help us, and whether we shuttle in the election staff, on the shuttle bus that the town owns or something like
Yeah.
that, just to alleviate some of the parking.
or all staff, right,
Correct.
okay.
We'll get working on that.
All right.
I have a question for Danny. Can we extend hours? Or is
can we,
that
ex-
a law?
I didn't hear what you said. Can we extend what?
Extend the hours on election day?
From 7 AM to 8 PM? Yes, absolutely we could, but I don't, do you think that would help?
If anything to help, and also, is in the grassy area adjacent to the parking lot, I think parking on the grass is unacceptable that day.
I'll defer to the director who cares about the grass.
I care greatly for the grass. That area was designated as secondary parking when the senior center was approved. It was a condition of the planning board because they did not meet the parking requirements at the time. This was before my tenure, but that's my understanding. So the back rectangle that you see in the parking lot, that's actually for overflow parking,
So we could use that maybe.
unless it rains.
Oh.
Yeah,
And that'll be kind of funny.
Hmm.
One of the challenges at the location is you have a lot of pedestrian vehicle interaction between going from the parking across the loop entrance into the voting area. There's a lot of pedestrian vehicle interaction, where at Melican, you have all the parking in front, and then you have the driveway that's not used very much for the voters.
I just want to say one thing, and you had mentioned the egress, that's probably my biggest concern, because having stood there all day literally.
Yeah.
Campaigning. There's this sort of this slow dribble of traffic going in. If there was an emergency and a fire truck or an ambulance had to get up there, it's not like there's a back road. So they'd be coming up over the grass and things like that. I just don't, that's my biggest concern about that, but just want to throw that out there for future discussion. Big concern about that.
Mitch, I'll take a comment. Comments are generally reserved for opening and close, but you have some history here, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mitch Cohen, 12 Whitney Street. A couple of the comments that were mentioned earlier, I'd like to reemphasize the advantages of, in particular, mail-in voting should be stressed. I put together a very detailed analysis that I mailed the board a little over a month ago. I'm sure you've all seen. Northborough did pretty well, that just under half of, at the 2024 presidential election, just under half of the voting was in person on election day. Many towns have gotten that a lot lower, into the 30s and in one case into the 20%. I would really encourage the board to work with departments and try to focus on that, because if you can get that down, another 10 or 15%, all of a sudden you're cutting the number of voters on that day by a third. And it becomes a lot more doable. When I was on the board, obviously, this is when we started the process of moving to the senior center for good reason. One of those good reasons was strong input from the school committee on the impacts to their calendar and their efforts for quality education by having the elections at Milliken. And there are some real challenges that they have to undergo. Keep in mind, the school calendar for this coming school year has already been set 6 months ago. So the spring election, they're not having a professional development day on our town election day. There are a lot of ramifications of that when Milliken is the only school in both Northborough and Southborough that has to close when there's a large election. Southborough, they have it at one of the schools, but the school is set up in a way that can accommodate it better. So 9 schools end up closing or having professional development when they have to close for an election day. So that's a real impact to them. So before thinking about reintroducing elections to the schools, I would suggest seeking input from the school committee. It's their building. So I think you probably have ultimate authority over the building, but you should really have a conversation with the school committee before even thinking about this. There are other towns that certainly have elections in churches. I don't know if we have one church or one other building in town that could accommodate all 4 precincts. I know, I am certain that the town clerk would prefer to keep all the precincts together. That was a great improvement, moving them from the 4 elementary schools into one school for administration. There are some communities that have elections in storefronts, and storefronts don't necessarily need to close. A store like Wegmans, it's throwing a couple thousand more people to their building during the day. If they had a way to make it work, it's not costly to close. There may be vacant storefronts at that plaza able to use, but it would be a challenge to go ahead and make it consistent. Every year it's going to be in the same place. Warehouses, other spaces in town you could use if you have to. But focus on making this work, because I think it can. I think it can. Thank you. Thank you.
Seems like there's no decision to be made tonight. We're going to have the elections in November at the senior center, and we're gonna have to pick up this conversation, discussion we've had.
Can Damien just clarify the role of the Board of Registrars vis-a-vis us? And
The role of it, you're breaking up a little bit. I apologize. The Board of Registrars, what?
vis-a-vis our, any decision we have to make, will they discuss and make a recommendation to us?
Yes, that's exactly what they do. 50% have to, for early voting, are you talking about, or moving the location? Moving the location is a vote of the select board.
Okay, so, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion? Thank you, Damien.
Thank you.
Let's move to our next order of business, which is dispatch regionalization communications discussion presented by Police Chief Brian Griffin and Town Administrator Stephanie Bacon.
Yeah, so we're picking up where we left off. We recently had a feasibility study from our consultant, Mark Beatty. And it showed that our infrastructure is in dire need of being upgraded to the tune of almost $3 million. So with that, we want to explore all options. Another option is regional dispatch emergency communication center. It's called a REC. And I spoke with Westboro's town administrator, Christy Williams, on the 6th, and she went over some key points. Right now, they're working with Grafton, Westboro, and Southboro. They have chosen a location. It's in Westboro. It was the old, let's see. It's the old Harvey building on 20 Phillip Street. So that would be completely renovated. They established an independent regional district rather than being hosted by a single municipality. And I think that is such a strong point. In Holden, we had Holden hosted the regional dispatch. And there's a lot of, well, let's just say arguments between the different towns. People don't feel like they're being treated fairly if it's not a balanced weight on every single town. So of course, if you post, you get maybe an extra dispatcher paid for, you get, you know, other cushy things that people feel neglected. So it just causes the tension of, are they going to leave and how for planning? And the way they set it up was district level, so they have a managers, so board of directors would be the town managers from each participating town. They have an operations committee, so police and fire chief from participating towns. They have a finance subcommittee, so all of the finance directors from each of the towns, but everything's evenly distributed, which I liked. Their financial assessments are 50-50, so 50% is based on population and 50% is on 911 calls. So they try to make it evenly weighted. So if, you know, there was a difference in population, like they had a, you know, a lower pop, but a higher call volume. So that's the way they do their metrics in order to find out how much each town will be charged. Funding. They've received $15 million to date from the Mass 911 Development Grant Awards, and they've already authorized $12.5 million for bonding. So if they're not getting their grant money right away, that doesn't keep them behind. They're able to keep up with the project and start to build it out, which the build out date was, let's see. And they want to end construction December of 2027 and open the establishment January of 2028. Of course, it depends on what towns decide to join, so they might have to come back to the planning stage and plan for more bodies, but it will be a quick turnaround time. So if we did want to join, it would have to be relatively soon. Within, I would say, by November, from what they were saying. So that's the question now. If we want to, and of course, I had our police chief in on the conversation. Staffing is our number one issue. We have a lot of good dispatchers. Can we bring them over? Possibly. I don't know if all could be brought over. Of course, they're looking for experience. We're fortunate. We have amazing dispatchers. And there's questions down the line of community. Will that take away from that real feel of the community? Like their dispatchers know the town in and out. On the other side of the coin, they don't think there will be much of a difference because they're making sure that everything's structured with the highest technology that you can get. The dispatchers will all be trained the same way. They'll be able to get the calls out. We brought up dark stations. That's a big concern. So let's just say there was, you know, an issue where a woman was being chased and she wants to go into her local police department. So that's where she knows where to go. Well, if she pulls on the door, nobody's there to let her in. And that happened like in Paxton, they have it. So they have like an automated bell that you ring, but in those cases, it's not like we have now. And So there are towns like Foxborough decided to staff 24/7, and of course, it's an officer there that's actually doing something, that we're not just paying someone to sit there and, have fun. But it is a big conversation to have. It's, we're talking about people, we're talking about positions, we're talking about major change, but we're also talking about major finances. So what we're trying to do now is look at the phased approach that Mark Katie gave us. So first, as we already saw, the radio problem is imperative. We need to fix that. Grafton, who is part of the rec, they were able to roll their radio costs into the fee. Could we do that? Possibly. Could we wait long enough? I don't know. I don't know how long that lag time would be. So we just have to weigh everything out, and number one, what's best for the community. And they even said it themselves, don't do it just because of cost. Do it because, you believe in the structure, you believe that, you want the integrity of your infrastructure, and yeah, do you have anything else to add?
I think you said it perfectly.
Yeah.
You wouldn't wanna just jump into this because you're gonna see the dollars and cents.
Right.
I think you said everything that I was probably gonna say, that as a police chief, I think I stated, my feelings on this at a previous meeting. But I think, we gotta keep an open mind, right? That's as a department head, that's what I should be doing. I have some reservation on regional dispatch. Particularly service, you're willing to give up the good service you have here right now and outsource it. I have deep concerns about, as Stephanie said, the dark station. What that means is our station is always covered by somebody. There's somebody always there 24/7, 365 days. If we were to go to a regional, we would have to come up with a solution to that. Because I think I said at the last meeting, as long as I'm chief, I won't close the door. That station's not going dark. We're not going back to the 1920s. So that would have to be addressed, and we'd have to look into that. And, so service, for your residents, when they call the station, you speak to Katie or Amy or Allie or whoever, they know our residents, they know, they just know our residents. It's kind of like, when you're calling a 1-800 number and you're getting outsourced somewhere else. I don't want to lose that. I can appreciate the potential for the cost savings and the equipment and all that, and that's why I have to keep an open mind. As a police chief, I'm just trying to get past those other obstacles, not obstacles, I don't need to say that, but those challenges. And the biggest challenge is the personnel. Some of whom have been here 15 years. So what happens to that? So that's the human element I struggle with, because a lot of times people, departments are anxious to join a regional dispatch because of they don't want to deal with dispatch. It's just another thing. I've said it before, we have fantastic individuals answering our emergency. And not only answering our calls, but dealing with the foot traffic that comes in. They're usually that front person. Either it's picking up the phone, you're talking to someone, or it's that face to face. So that's what I'm struggling with. But as I told in our meeting today, I've got to be open minded, right? Got to look at it all. Talk about maybe visiting a site that's up and running now, and keep an open mind. But those are some of my concerns. Not to say it's a bad thing. It's just there's some concerns I have.
So I'll ask the obvious first question, I guess, is have we sort of modeled out what the cost saving really looks like? And before you answer that, have we done that with an eye towards understanding what the cost saving is, and could there be a way through cost saving on one side to potentially work in additional staffing chief to make sure the station doesn't have to go dark in a different way. I don't know if we've gotten that far.
Well, Mark Katie did the overall assessment, that was 3
That's
million,
3
and then he
yeah.
recently did that phased approach, so first would be radios, then would be looking at antenna, then would. So, and it gets heavier.
It still all comes out to 3 million.
It would, so then we asked the director, was it Steve Bill?
Brian, I think.
Brian, okay. And he said, it's so difficult. He said, I'm doing it right now and it's difficult to tell you like, oh, if you just did this and you did this and you, but. They said, I will tell you. There will be savings. I don't know how much. Because of course, you have to look in the future and let's say we did a phased approach. Well, things that cost a certain amount one year might extrapolate the next year. So it's so hard and he's figuring out the numbers now. But it's a shared cost. They have
Yeah, I was looking at the.
like AutoCAD, their whole, it's top of the line. Mark Katie suggested UHF P25 for us, so the P25 is a digital end, and that's what they're going to be using as well. And then we asked about DPW, the schools, and if there were costs that obviously weren't shared among everybody, then yes, we would be assessed for certain things that we wanted or to make everything work. But with that, he said, as long as we roll in all of those costs within the 3 years, then hopefully the grant will pay off the assessment period.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But they did say they will come in and speak to the board.
It's like understanding the cost, it becomes, if there is a cost of giving up, right? Then what is that? What is the cost of the trade-off?
So I know if we were to go to a rec, the personnel costs would pretty much, would be a big savings for the town, right? I mean, that's just a big number.
Well, with benefits, yeah.
Right, on the flip side, and I think what you're getting at, Jeff, is, if that were to happen, while you're saying you don't want that station to go dark, you're gonna need to fill in a couple bodies.
Exactly.
With the other police officers or civilians or whatever the case may be, so. What would that number break down to? I don't know,
Yeah.
what would you really be saving, one way or the other?
Right, and that's the point.
And a lot of this is, a lot of it is still grant dependent, so as long as the grant's there, if it's good, you just worry whatever the grant goes. These are just questions I think, we just need to examine.
And they're getting closer, they're figuring out all their numbers too, they're going out to bid for the construction soon, very soon, so. They'll be able to take in all those costs, but I asked him, I said. What about our radios, this and that, I said, how does the process work? And he said they would go to their owner's project manager, evaluate Northborough's needs. If everyone on the board said, okay, you're good to go, then they'd amend the contract and it would move forward that way. And then they brought up the AFG grant, the fire grant for the radios that could possibly help fire.
What about timing, right? So I look at this phased approach, it's over 4 years, right? This one, this smart PKs.
Oh, yes,
Right?
yeah.
And then this could
This-
conceivably be,
So, yeah, December of 2027, they want to finalize construction and by January, early calendar year up and running.
and by up and running, it could cover everything.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
And I think probably Mark, maybe a future meeting having Mark and that director here at the same time, because it might cover a bit of that, but I think what Mark is presenting, we need a plan there regardless as to what happens with the actual dispatch. That's kind of what I'm understanding. A lot of it anyways.
Well, I know, if radios are expensive, did he say roughly, was it 300,000?
Yeah, it sounds about right.
And if we couldn't get those rolled into the grant, then yes, it would be on us, but 300,000 can get to 3 million. The antenna in the new structure, that would be, they have to look to make sure that they have coverage, so that's part of it too. So they go around and they check good areas in the town of Northborough. And make sure that, because I gave him the list of what the breakdown was, Mark Katie delivered, and there's a lot here. He said that pretty much it's part of what they do. It's the repeaters and dispatch consoles they'd have to work with. We went over the type of software they'd be using and how we would be trained, and we're trained almost individually because they're still. The police are still the police.
Yeah.
The fire still fire. The only changing bodies are dispatch and, whether they'd be going to Westboro and working there or they wouldn't be. And that's the. So.
This is also not the first time that this has been brought up over the years. So this isn't like a new topic. It does resurface, every so often as a lot of these dispatch centers are popping up. So it's not a new concept. In 2022, I believe it was, there was this discussion of this actual center we're talking about that involved about 7 towns at the time, us being named Marlboro, Hopkinton, Grafton, Southborough, Westboro. I may be missing a town. And we were part of a study. We looked at it. I was lieutenant or sergeant at the time, but I was a little bit of a part of it. And ultimately, the only towns that kind of stuck around with the original plan was Southborough, Grafton, and Westboro. And Hopkinton bailed out. Their selectmen decided it wasn't the best for that community. And I don't remember, I wasn't the chief, I don't remember the final decision on our police and fire chiefs and the town administrator at the time, but ultimately it wasn't the right choice that in 2022. And then a couple years later, maybe in 24, 23 even, we were asked to look, explore joining with Hudson. It was Hudson, Marlboro, Northborough, and Marlboro wanted to host it and be the lead. And, that kind of fizzled out. So this isn't really anything new. And I think there's certainly some good things with the rec center. So not, there's, I think, you have dispatchers working, on a critical incident, it's certainly helpful. But the 2 previous times when we've examined this, we've decided that it wasn't for Northborough. We didn't think it was a good fit, but again, kind of take everyone's lead here.
I think you had a great idea if we had Marquini and plus them, because then, one could answer.
Yeah.
Going either way, but they did say we would be identified as individual tenants, so each town would get their own system, but it would be paid for under their grant. But it's a good suggestion to have in it, yeah.
So when you talked about previous conversations about this, was there this much grant money offered from the state?
It always seemed to be that, like there was always, that was a big push, right? It was like, it's gonna save the town a lot of money. That's always kind of been the thing dangling over us, is that the dollars with the grant money and things like that. So, yes, I think to answer your question, money was always a reason to go. I mean, there's other reasons, again, that are good, as I said, I can list those too. I'm speaking more negative, and I'm again trying to keep an open mind.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think there is some good with it. But the reasons stated, and I think some of my reasons that I'm talking about now were some of the same reasons the previous chiefs. We kind of have similar feelings, but.
So maybe when we have this discussion with the 2, I'd like to hear why the state is obviously pushing this.
They have been.
So they must have their reasons. Mayor. if someone could
Yeah,
prepare.
I think that's a good question, and you're right, I think the state is pushing that a lot, the state 911. They are kind of pushing that, and if you look at a map of Massachusetts right now, 2022, I think I have the map from 2022 as to how many towns and cities are part of a regional system. It was, I want to say maybe 35% at the time in 2022. Now it's maybe like 55% are in a rec, maybe even a little more. So there is that shift a little bit. So I think either one of those two guys, men, Mark, could answer that question, or Brian, he would probably have that answer. Or is the state 911 pushing it a little bit? I
Yeah,
think they would probably have those answers.
it's because the infrastructure is so expensive. It's just, it's hard to keep up with, so you picture, you have all these little individual towns and why not?
And also, are there towns that we could speak to see who are part of a rec?
Yeah, so we were talking about having a tour of a rec, like
Okay.
Neshoba. Yeah.
All right, sorry.
Mike, you've been really patient.
For once, no.
Yeah.
You're working on it, it's good.
What question I have is thinking of mutual aid. So if you're part of a regional dispatch, is your mutual aid focused to those that they're able to get, like, so I see Shrewsbury is not listed here.
Right.
So our mutual, how would that work? Or do you
Yeah,
have a question?
It's a great question, and it really wouldn't change at all. The what's being set up right now in Westboro, clearly, if we were to go to a rec rather, that would make sense, right? Because they are our neighboring towns, the boroughs, type of thing. But there would be no other impact as far as mutual aid goes, because we are joining with them in our relationship with Shrewsbury. It would work fine.
It is a key question, Mike. We talked briefly about this today. I asked a similar type of angle to it, got a response that there was a benefit, it's something I want to better understand, to being coordinated with other towns in terms of response time when you're so like everyone's getting information at the same time. So for fire and police, big emergencies, there's a benefit there, and I think that's part of the value. But I think there's a lot we need to learn.
Yeah, and I think for the fire service, not speaking for them, but they do a great job with mutual aid, and they're backing each other up all the time. So it's more prevalent when the fire services, where Westboro's coming into our town to cover, right? While our firefighters are out doing ambulance transport. We rely on mutual aid certainly here and there for larger incidents or not so large incidents, but definitely more in the fire services. So they're used to that anyways. They're very used to that. But as John said, I think there's still more we need to learn on this, for a lot of different reasons that we can explore a little bit.
Well, first of all, I think it's great that we're having this discussion because our board is taxed. With
I get it.
looking at everything we can to cut costs this year. The previous board obviously really worked at trying to avoid an override and was successful, but I think we're really looking at some really dire situations this year, and we need to show that we are looking into everything possible. In this situation, I think that for me, we have an excellent police department. So for me, I would have to know that there's an absolute benefit and an improvement possible to what we're getting now in terms of service. I would like to know also why some of these towns felt it was important. Was there another reason besides cost to join a rec? Is it because they're hoping that, oh gee, this is our answer to improve services? So I guess I'd like to know more about what these other towns are thinking, why they chose that, and are we really convinced that this would make our lives better in some way here in Monroe? So, but I do know we need to look at everything possible. So the other things that came up, yes, I think we need more information, but that's, I feel very strongly about our department and really, would we be actually losing out by making this change?
And one thing I would like to learn too, and again, I just don't know a lot about it, is response time. How, if we were to remove our dispatch and send them a town over, and now they're responsible for 4 or 5 other towns. You call 911 in Northborough, or an officer needs backup. What is the response time? Well, it's like that. You call our 911. Is it? Again, I don't have the answer. I don't have the data, and maybe we can find those type of things out. But it'd be just
It would be the
interesting.
Northborough Police responding.
Correct. But the time that it takes the dispatcher answering the call from a Northborough resident in a rec center, that call to dispatching our actual officers, I just don't know. Is there a lag? Would there be a lag time in that response? I don't know.
Well, one funny thing, it was the Southborough Fire Chief, he was in on the call, and he was saying he was in Foxborough prior to Southborough, and when they joined the rec, he was going to the call and Mansfield passed him, and they beat him to the call, so it was good in that context because you had that support.
That's what I remember from, we need to learn, I'm not pretending that we know what we right now, but like there
No,
was a
it was like
value
a
of
heartbeat
being.
ago.
Yeah, I know, there was a value for all being on the same dispatch system and all getting information at the same time and being able to do that in terms of response time for fire. That's.
Yeah, he did say that, and I think if you do some research on this, you will. I think hear that more from the fire side of things, but not necessarily the police side. We're in the business of we're both first responders, but there is some differences, and there's not necessarily the same feeling from the police side of things.
It was positive that they said 14 dispatchers with just the towns that are in right now. So then if Northborough joined, it would be more dispatchers, so. And he said if there were, extra good people, they would take them. They wouldn't just cut off their number, but yeah, I think we will learn a lot if we have Mark Katie there who understands our current system and what we could do with it. The cost it would take to get us back running because unfortunately our system is antiquated. And you can't even upgrade as in with the existing equipment. It has to be totally a rehaul. So if we have him in, and the director as well as, the fire chief that is he's on the board of, that would be the board of the operations committee. Okay. Yeah, when would you like them in? Next meeting, or I'm just thinking,
When does Westboro want an answer from us?
we need it to commit. They said ASAP, but no more than, I would say like. September, October.
Next thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we get the info we need that one?
What info do you,
Benefits, why other towns join? What was
yeah,
their
well,
contribution?
they
Also
didn't have good
savings.
dispatchers, is what they were saying. Some people didn't have as professional dispatchers as the town of Northborough has.
Yeah.
So they were interested in, of course, top of the line equipment. So, and, having a professional
Yeah.
dispatch that they could rely on. That was a huge part of it. And I'm sure, towns are dealing, of course, with what we're dealing with financially, so.
And to Jeff's earlier point, is there a way that we can do even roughly an idea of like operationally sort of? what
Yeah,
our costs
we're
are now
going to
versus
try.
like that 50-50
Yeah.
split
Yeah.
would be?
We're going to try, yeah.
Maybe in August, if we can do a site visit to Neshoba,
Yeah,
maybe get the town administrator's perspective on it. Also get like obviously the operational piece of it down and see it. That would be useful. We,
And actually, Chris Cherry, who used to work for the town of Northborough, works.
Chris Carl,
Oh, Carlton's.
it's okay, Chris works first still.
Yes, I know. Chris, stay. Yeah, so that's great that we know him. He is the director for Neshoba, so. It's great.
I would just, the only other thing I'll add is like, just, I think. For you folks, just hearing what residents are thinking of it, because I know in the community I lived that ended up joining a rec. It created a lot of discussion, you know, both good and bad, but I think it's important that. We have these discussions in these open settings and people are aware that this is being discussed and it's not like gonna just happen like that.
Mhm.
sure.
Absolutely.
And
So-
again, that hasn't gone live yet.
Right.
But to get to the point where you're committed is a lot of,
Yeah, and it's just, you know, there were just a lot of like questions that didn't go answered, you know, where people could ask. Chief, hey, well, what if this happens, what are you guys gonna do if it goes over there, you know, so. Or that the public hears is not a bad thing.
Okay, so we'll put the next.
so. Any other comments or questions from the board? Good discussion, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next up. And then number 7, adopt M.G.L. 32, nope, sorry, number 6, Massachusetts Department of Transportation. DOT Crosswalks, presented by Public Works Director Scott Charpentier and Town Administrator Stephanie Baby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question came up regarding the status of Mass DOT's crosswalk safety improvement project. Give a little history. This is related to RRFBs, rectangular rapid flashing beacons. Those little rectangular lights you see at our crosswalks. We have 25 of them in our community now. We hit the button, the lights go flashy. We cross the crosswalk, the lights stop flashing. Mass DOT has had a lot of inquiries from communities in the district, in District 3, we're in District 3. Asking for pedestrian safety improvements on the state highways. Route 20, Main Street, West Main Street, and Southwest Cutoff are all state highways. South Street is not. South Street is state numbered, locally owned. So Mass DOT asked their communities in District 3, what crosswalks do you see as warranting consideration for RFBs? They use this equipment at mid-block crosswalks. So you would not use it as at a stop controlled intersection. So there's a crosswalk on Main Street in Bartlett. You would not use it there. There is a signalized, it's a signalized intersection. Same thing with stop sign intersections. There's a crosswalk at Monroe, at West Main Street in Monroe. It's a stop sign. You would not have a RFP at that location. So we sent a request to Mass DOT for them to consider RFB improvements at West Main Street at Pine Haven, West Main Street at St. Rose of Lima, Main Street right in front of Town Hall, and then Main Street at Maple Street. Those are the locations. We submitted that request in mid 2025. The project went before the project review committee at Mass DOT the beginning of this year. Mass DOT, one of the processes very similar to the TIP program, to the TIP process, is you have a project, you put together project notification form, a PNF, which is a whole bunch of information about the project, what's needed, very high level stuff. You send it to the project review committee, which is the Mass DOT committee. They review it, consider it as a viable project, including their own projects, and then they vote for it to move forward. On the TIP, they would vote for it to be recommended for TIP funding. In this case, it's just being recommended back to the district to move forward. So they're currently in design. I spoke with Mass DOT last week, and they indicated they have a construction start goal or objective of 2028. So they plan on bidding it out in January of 2028. That's the end of the story. We have no control over their schedule, their budget, their implementation process. They do correspond with us about other items. There's been requests along Route 20, so we have an open dialogue. I would expect as the design progresses, they'll have some more communication with us as one of the stakeholders of the project. But as of right now, it's in design. Yeah.
With the state?
The state is doing all of it, yes. Yes, my guess is that they're hiring out a consultant. They don't typically do district-wide design projects themselves. So yeah, they have design consultants.
These are great locations, first of all, because I know I've missed seeing some things in some of those spots. So I think that's fantastic. Those are very good spots. So thank you very much. It's a lot of coordination.
Yeah. We try to stay in contact about these things. I know Maple Street's been on the topic of discussion for quite some time. I've had people mention it to me in front of town hall when I'm at the building. Obviously, St. Rose of Lima, there was quite a bit of pedestrian traffic at our fallen troopers ceremonies. So we had post details there for that. These will be quite a positive safety impact.
And they maintain those, so if there's an issue with the lighting, if you're not working, they are pretty quick to correct those.
Yes, yeah. So I'm not sure if they're going to be solar or hardwired. Most of DOT's equipment is hardwired, not solar. But the crosswalk, the RFPs that we received through 2 grant programs they had were all solar. So I'm not sure what they're going to do. But that's part of the design. And also part of the design would be them evaluating whether the wheelchair ramps and crosswalks are compliant. Wheelchair ramps have certain slopes they're required to have and not exceed. The truncated dome, tactile warning panels, the federal government just changed the ADA requirements for those a little bit. So we'll have to comply with that. There's a lot more than just put up a couple of signposts like beautiful gate.
Is it worth the select board sending a letter like we did about the ADA ramps? That seemed to.
I don't think so. I mean, I communicated with them on the ADA ramps for a long time. That was almost a district-wide project that included a handful of towns as well as ours. So they were waiting and they had to bid out the work for construction. Lynch and Sons are the ones that did the work. So the red truck out there doing the construction. It wasn't DOT. That was their contractor. They needed to bid out the work due to the cost of the work. Just like I don't think it's gonna push them.
But would it hurt?
Doesn't hurt. No, absolutely doesn't hurt. I don't think it's gonna help much, but
I spoke with Kate Donahue on a separate subject on Thursday or Friday. And this was part of the conversation, and perhaps even state representative could, on our behalf, could engage with DOT and just reminder. See if there's a way to influence. I know there's a lot of requests.
we need a bridge. Yes,
Bridge.
I tend to hold my big hitting letters for items that I think will produce some fruit.
Yeah.
Writing a letter about Whitney Street probably is not going to produce any fruit, but maybe this will.
Is there an opportunity to add another to the request?
We could. I don't know of any other ones. There's the 2 at St. Rose of Lima.
Yeah.
And obviously the other ones I listed. I don't think there are any other bid blocks.
The only other point that I see, just based on where I live, is connecting to the high school between the neighborhoods. So somewhere in the crosswalk at Blue Square and about where Route 20 are.
Yep.
It's not very conducive to crossing. It's kind of dangerous actually, because the sidewalks aren't really developed and kind of in traffic waiting for it. And I see, I mean, I cross that on occasion, but I see a lot of high schoolers cross that, and I see a lot of people in general connecting the neighborhoods from one side of the town to the other side of high school. So that one to me, when we're talking about Route 20 ways to make Northborough more walkable, is the only one I could think of, because we got good coverage through the other side of town.
Yeah, that is not a mid-block crosswalk, so it would not be considered by DOT for this project.
What's the definition? This is
It's not a stop controlled intersection.
Oh,
So that has four-way lights.
That's fine.
We put the one at the end of Maple Street, crossing Bartlett, in anticipation of a hopeful sidewalk on Maple Street. That was funded by Amazon. Amazon funded that one as well as the one at the trail crossing down by Bartlett. So those are cursory items.
Just one question. You said, Scott, that we have 25 in total deployed in town,
Yes.
sets of RRFBs. Outside of the ones that we're anticipating in the next few years to get from DOT, are there other sections of town that don't have those beacons that are a priority for some plan or some funding plan from us to acquire, install through grant or some other method?
There are other locations that these would be applicable for use. None of them were eligible under the DOT grants because they were pretty restrictive on what they would allow as far as volume of traffic and speed limits. So we weren't allowed, for example, we weren't allowed to put crosswalk equipment on a 12,000 vehicle a day road that has a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. They were not fine. They generally look for mid blocks, high pedestrian use, getting Pine Haven neighborhood across to Rockies Plaza. That type of stuff is what they were looking for. Town hall, that's a municipal building, sees a lot of use. So those were the items we looked for. The crosswalk on Davis Street where Indian Meadow crosses over, that one. The mid block, the stop is on Indian Meadow, not on Davis. So that would be an eligible location. There's likely other ones like that. But when we put in the application, we focused on the highest impact. Indian Meadows usually. Be happy to look through town, see if we have other ones. I know we looked at every single crosswalk that applied to DOT's criteria, which was 30 miles an hour, under 5,000 ABTs, and mid block, which was the criteria before.
And I know previously we had gotten at least equipment granted from the state. We had to pay for the install. Do they continue to do those types of grants or awards, or is that kind of a one and done thing?
They have shared spaces, shared routes and spaces program, MSBA grant program, but it has the same eligibility criteria. Gotcha. 30 miles an hour and 5,000 vehicles, mid block. And we looked through the entire town and found every single one of those and got the equipment for free. So we would end up going outside of those recommendations, which drilled down from Federal Highway Administration to Mass DOT down to us. So we would be kind of outside of the recommendations by those entities.
So we can kind of maximize that.
We maximize everything when we get them.
Yeah. Any others we want to install is probably going to be more on our dime.
Correct. Correct.
Gotcha.
Pushing DOT along.
Yeah.
Is-
Any other questions for the select board? Thanks, Scott. Next up on the agenda, discussion to adopt M.G.L 32B section 21-3 municipal health insurance. Discussion and vote presented by Town Administrator Stephanie Baker.
This is number 7.
Number 7.
Sorry.
We're gonna stop.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Okay, tonight I'm asking the board to consider accepting sections 21 through 23 of chapter 32B, which governs health insurance, municipal health, employee health insurance. I just want to say the most important part tonight is there's no vote, there's no changes to healthcare, no changes to contribution. It just gives the town another tool to be able to obtain more options to save some money. So as we begin our budget, which Jason and I have already been, in the weeds on. Again, it just gives us another tool that is our biggest, one of our biggest budget pressures that we're facing right now. So if tonight's is just a vote simply to vote on section 21 through 23 of chapter 32B. That's our first step.
So this is procedural in nature.
Yes,
And self
absolutely.
will have to some agenda performance.
Yes. Okay.
I'm sorry, so we heard some comments earlier. I guess I don't really understand the concern that the teachers would have if we adopted this.
I'm not speaking on behalf of them, but the concern is the plan changes, any contribution changes now, like we were talking about the 70 split, the 75 split. And that's what we need to do after this step is look at the plans that we have and figure out, it is a collaborative process. This Mass General law is to protect employees. So whatever changes come about, they have to agree to. So we'll form a, I always forget PAC, what it stands for, it's employee, okay, hold on. Okay, Public Employee Committee. So each collective bargaining unit will have a representative, including the retirees, and everything would be discussed together. So we would need to show cost savings, we would need to show the plans, whether it's a higher deductible plan or whether it's, as somebody brought up earlier, GIC plan. So we're not even touching that yet. This only gives us the option to explore these things.
And right now, we don't have that option?
No, you have to pass this Mass General law, vote on it in order to open up those options to us.
Are they allowed to say anything? Like if we have comments in regards to that?
We have asked the question.
Well, I think Julian asked the question. We had public comment in the beginning of the meeting. We'll have public comment again too, where people can be able to ask any questions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do appreciate the public comments because I think it's enlightening to look into this issue. So Stephanie, just to reiterate, this is not changing anything. This is simply adding to your list of options of things to even remotely look at.
Yes, absolutely. It's just a statutory process in order to open up and explore those options.
Okay, so there's no done deal here. There's no kind of, preferring something over and over right now. It's simply
No,
your search area.
correct. We haven't even started to look for plans in order to bring them to the union, the bargaining.
And there's been no analysis or discussion on this, that it's a procedural step in order to enable us to be able to do the starting budgetary process.
Yeah,
And everything would still be brought to the unions, because from what I heard from the first speaker is that right now it's a collaborative process. That collaborative process will continue.
so absolutely, there would be a representative from each of the unions to form that PAC. So, right, we did, as it was discussed earlier, we did sit with all of our unions, each town, and basically described where we're at with our financial situation in healthcare and what we would be looking at in order for the employee to save and the town to save and be able to have a sustainable budget, because we are not sustainable at all. I mean, as you know, our first health insurance increase was 21%. And then we got it down to 18.
Yes, but we had somewhere around 25%.
Right. That's like,
The last day of school vacation.
There's no way. Right. that we could carry that increase.
The budget increases were 17 and 16.
Yeah, and this is a world crisis. It's not just little town in Northborough.
And Steph, question, so the process without this would be to try and make changes positive for the bottom line and health insurance costs by negotiating with each union separately when contracts would be up, which would be over a long period of time.
Or we could open up the contracts and.
You could open up that contract.
But it's, this way, I believe is a lot more attainable when you have such large, so many unions working with the town of Northborough, the regional school system, the town of Southborough. If you have one representative from each bargaining body, then you will get something done. There's no way we would get anything done. We wouldn't get it.
Right, yeah, this.
But should they be represented? Absolutely, and that this Mass General law ensures that.
Right, and in the end game, that group or committee that's put together, that decision is binding on the municipalities and collective bargaining units, or is there additional approvals that are done at that? How does that game out?
So there's a 30-day negotiating period. But that's why I don't want to go beyond what we're doing tonight, because we need to learn as a board and
Right.
as a town about the different options and the different plans. But I'm telling everybody this, if we don't make a move, it's not gonna be good. I mean, you've heard the increases, and the increases are millions of dollars. So imagine having your budget from the prior year and then having to tack on another $1 million, and that's just health insurance. That's not wages, people's COLAs, anything else like our communications that are imperative to be able to save people and respond. There's so many other facets in operating a town, a school system, that we really need to make these tough decisions together, collaboratively. And I think this is a good way to get us there.
And one additional question, so as far as our vote tonight, you mentioned Southborough Select Board is voting tomorrow night?
Yes.
That's on their agenda at least.
It's tomorrow night, and then during the day is the.
I was gonna say, so is it both select boards, both school committee, K through 8s in Southborough, Northborough, and regional have to take a vote on this, or who are the bodies that?
Yeah, so it's regional, and then we vote for our K through 8 Northborough, so this would cover K through 8 Northborough, and it would cover the town municipal. Staff.
So if Southborough votes against this, what happens?
I mean,
It's pretty confusing.
who knows, but, well, no, it's really, that's on them. If Northborough decides to move forward, we can move forward still.
But the regional school employees. If Southborough votes against,
Well, then we would have. That much, I mean, it would be different parties, and instead of. Getting savings in a big conglomerate like we do now. Unfortunately, yeah, we'll be looking different ways, but. But this is a vote, this is a vote in order to. Seek further options, but we could stay the same as we are now. It's just gives us, like I said, another tool for our tool belt.
Any other discussion, questions? I've learned a lot about this over the past couple of weeks, and my perspective is procedural. And we'll do the analysis, do the work. If we don't do this, we're not in a position to do the analysis, do the work, and if we're Northborough's alone, that's information that makes it not as attractive for our signage. So there's more information.
And could we lose out by not adopting this? What if we're not
Well, like I said,
Why we do
if we stay the way we are, it does not look good. I mean, it's one of our biggest costs.
One question, Mr. Chair, if you wouldn't mind entertaining, I don't know if we could take public comment now on this specific item, as opposed to waiting to the end of the agenda.
I'll defer to the select board. I mean, we've intentionally, based on your recommendation, had public comment at the beginning and the end in order to run a more efficient
Don't blame
meeting.
me.
I am open-minded. I'm just trying to run the select board. We decided together, so if the select board wishes to take public comment on this one item, I'm open to it. And if you want to make,
Yeah, I'll make a motion, for us to take public comment on this agenda.
Second,
roll call vote, Leslie,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Joanne,
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes, we will take public comment on agenda item number 7, if any.
so I do, Marion comes in 10 minutes. So I do understand that the insurances are going up, and as a retiree, I'm speaking of, retiree, but. So the Mass General Law, Chapter 32B, Section 21 to 23 establishes a statutory process for municipal employers to modify health insurance plan designs or transfer subscribers to the state's group insurance commission, GIC, outside of traditional protracted collective bargaining. So if I understand it, you can negotiate the health insurance and avoid doing it through collective bargaining. So you wouldn't have that as an option on that. That we would not get to, retirees only get 10% back. That's the only percentage a retiree can have. If there's one member that's on that, only gets a 10%. But it would also, I recall, eliminate the collective bargaining that you would do with the different unions, and you could set up
The
the health
GIC.
insurance.
Yeah, like I said, we have not gotten that far.
But you can.
But we,
My point is, you're bringing it up tonight.
it's an option, but what we would like to do is to look at our healthcare and the plans that are available to us. Form a PEC, everybody collaboratively decide on a plan together, because there is no option anymore. It's not, oh, you know what, we can't do a high deductible plan. If we don't do a high deductible plan, we are losing people. We cannot sustain the cost.
Any plan. I just don't think, I just still am unsure why it's coming up right now, because my feeling is I think we're gonna.
Well, because the process, it, for us to implement any type of healthcare changes prior to July.
I understand that.
All of these steps that we have to take according to this Mass General Law will take that long. From now, if we didn't start this process now, we would not make the July 1 deadline.
So you're making the change now because you feel that traditional plans that we've had for years in the town is gonna be so astronomical that we have to go to something less.
So right now, we just offer this past year, the high deductible plan for insurance. Northborough, not a lot of people went on it. I went on it.
About 40 people. in town.
Well, yeah. And I actually don't think so. Yeah, me too.
You what?
I think it's
Much less than that.
Oh,
I don't know.
I got that from the treasurer's office. There were about 40 people.
Are you counting the school?
I was told.
Okay, well, if it's combining the school, then possibly. So the idea is, right now, we just have basic HMOs. We don't have the high deductible plan, so our premium cost is huge. There's no way we can do that anymore. We have to have people pay something that deductible into it, but in all honesty, cost saving. So even people that go to the doctors all the time, they have once you meet your deductible. And the town has contributed half of it in this current HSA, then you're good. Your costs are covered. So, and then the people that don't go to the doctors a lot at all, they end up saving that money because the only time they're spending money is when they go to the doctors. Whereas a typical HMO, you get that money pulled out of your paycheck regardless. So it's a total learning curve. I get it, and people get stressed out, and that's why we push to have the town contribute to half of that cost, because people worry about, there's a lot of people that live paycheck to paycheck, and if something happens, they fret, I can't cover it. So it's important that we do what we did, but it's important to educate and show people that you can really save a lot of money in a high deductible plan. It's just stressful because you have to pay upfront.
So
But
with this, would you adopt that section 19? Would it be negotiating with the different?
no, not, and actually, I'm not even familiar with it. 19,
Well, you guys ever, you can just look it up yourself.
Yeah, like I
will
will
explain everything about it, but it is, but. Right between sides.
Yeah, I would reiterate.
Let me let somebody else.
Please at the mic.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Somebody else.
Thank you.
I'd like to let Pat have a chance.
That would be
Yes,
there.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great, thank you. Pat McManus, 25 Fernbrook Road. I represent the firefighters as the union president. I also sit on the current insurance advisory committee as a member of the firefighters. I guess my question is, and unfortunately I couldn't be there at the meeting tonight. My question is, how is this any different than what we have done in the past? Because historically we have always had an insurance advisory committee meeting made up by all of the local presidents for the unions, or at least a representative from the unions, and a representative that represented the retirees. We historically meet prior to open enrollment. We're given the opportunity to look at options out there. We make a decision to move forward on something, and that's what we've done for insurance in the past. Having this PEC now, how is that any different than what we're doing now with the insurance advisory committee meeting members? And it is important to note that all health insurance is a matter of collective bargaining. So my main question is, how is this any different than how we've operated in the past? Have what we've done in the past not been allowed? Have we been doing it wrong this whole time?
well, this is, if we need an immediate change, which we do, it forces you to agree to a plan. And I'm gonna take you through the steps really quick, because it wasn't supposed to be about this, because I don't even have enough information, but the research that I've done, like you said, we meet with the IAC, we notify the unions of retirees of the proposal, we form that public employee committee, which is each bargaining unit designates one representative. The retiree association also designates one representative. Then we deliver a proposal to the PEC. Once the PEC has been formed, we provide each PEC representative with a notification. We begin a 30-day negotiation period, so we can negotiate anything. It can be deductibles, co-payments, co-insurance, out-of-pocket maximums, a mitigation plan. And then after that, we determine if an agreement has been reached. If it's reached, if the PEC approves the proposal by the required weighted vote, the agreement becomes binding on all subscribers, and the town proceeds towards implementation. If it's not reached, then there is a 3-member review panel that's formed, which is, of course, a person that represents the union. And I'm not sure who else, but basically, the review panel generally will come to a consensus based on the pros and the cons of what the PEC has established. And then that would, all of those steps, which are a lot of steps as you can see. That's why we needed to start now, because we're looking at hopefully a change by July 1 of 2027. There's a lot to do, but if we don't do something, then it's not looking good, Pat. And I think you understand that we did take a lot of time, and we went before each and every union, the town of Southborough, the region, the town of Northborough. And we tried to stress the importance of this. And I think we do need a time clock now. We need something very structured so we can move across that goal line.
Okay, yes, I do understand the importance, and I do understand there's a lot of moving parts to it. I don't want to take up any more time, but I will say that what you just explained is exactly what we went through in 2007, I believe was the year for plan design change. I sat on the board back then, and it was everything that you just explained is what we did as the Insurance Advisory Committee. So I'm just wondering why all of a sudden there's this change. I have a significant concern on the notification of this. The members of the IAC haven't heard anything from the town since last we met at an Algonquin meeting regarding the healthcare spending accounts and all that. We haven't heard anything since. And I just got this email from the town regarding this on Wednesday, and I got the certified letter in the mail on Saturday, and now a vote is taking place on Monday. So on behalf of the firefighters, we stand with the teachers. We'd like you to postpone the vote until the IAC can meet and discuss it in more depth with the town. With that, I'll end it. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Please.
The superintendent is trying to get him to speak. He's trying to get in himself, whoever.
How can we help
Allow him
get
to
in?
go in if you could.
Oh, Greg.
Yeah, I saw him on video for moments, but now I don't see him on video.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
We have an unstable connection.
I can actually call him.
Yeah?
Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
great.
yeah, there it is.
All right, thank you. So Greg Martineau, superintendent.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. So Greg Martineau, superintendent for the public schools of Northborough and Southborough, and the public schools of Northborough and the public schools of Southborough. Just a couple points that are important to note. I am recommending to the regional school committee that they adopt sections 21 through 23 of 32B. That basically gives the committee the option to use sections 21 to 23 if the board so chooses. And that's no different from the select board this evening and also the Southborough board tomorrow evening. It's more of a procedural adoption than anything. I think that important note is that we have an informal joint purchasing agreement for health insurance that combines and pools health insurance for the employees of Northborough, the employees of Southborough, and the regional school district. In order to have plan design, all three members of that joint purchasing agreement need to come to an agreement around plan design. That can be very challenging working with the number of associations and collective bargaining agreements across those three entities. Chapter 32B, sections 21 through 23, provide the boards and committees with another way to get to an agreement around plan design. It does not take away this members' rights to negotiate. There still is a negotiation process. I think what's important is the joint purchasing agreement and the benefit of being part of that agreement is getting the best healthcare insurance costs at the best price because of the pooled information. So again, as a superintendent, I'm recommending to the regional school committee that adopts sections 21 through 23. I do believe it should have been adopted a long time ago, and it's a matter of procedure so that the school committee has the tools it needs to be able to make sure that it can negotiate plan design in a way that impacts positively the employees, but also positively the fiscal position that the district is in. Thank you.
Thank you. What comment?
Is it okay if I speak?
Yes.
One of the things that I'd like to say, Stephanie, is like one of the words that struck me that you said was that this will force everybody to follow the plan that the town chooses for its employees.
I didn't say that. I didn't say
You
the
used the
town
word
choice.
force.
I said force us to make a collaborative decision. I didn't say,
Adopting this removes that collaborative piece.
no, it doesn't. It might reduce the players as in there's one representative for each union, so we can actually get something done. Within the time frame that we need, this is a way to go where everybody is represented, but in smaller numbers.
So this past year in January, we were called, now let me back that up. The teachers' unions have requested in the spring of 2025 to work together to try to talk about plan design changes because we knew the insurance market was going to be shifting. We heard nothing. And then in January, we had this sort of emergency coming together of an IAC meeting at the town hall in which the Borislav presented some potential plan designs, most of which had a deductible, and all of the unions were open to this. And then about a month later, at the presentation that Pat was talking about at Algonquin, the plan design that was presented from Borislav just sort of bamboozled us because it was in the January meeting, they indicated that there was like 3 different tiers of deductibles, that we wouldn't go to the highest tier of the deductible because that would be so far from what we are doing. The meeting in February was then a sales pitch from Borislav for everybody to adopt this high deductible health plan, in addition to then pitching a high deductible for our regular plan, which was well beyond even the state's GIC levels of a deductible. And all the unions caucused, and we just said, we're not going to do this. Like all of a sudden we have this presentation that we haven't even had a chance to sit down and have conversations, and we wanted to, but it just didn't happen. And so, yes, we feel very strongly that the town is not working in good faith with us to talk about the issues, because we do want to work with you to come up with an insurance plan that will work for the town's budget and will not, like, there are some teachers, specifically aides, they're making $21 an hour. Like they have to work 2 or 3 extra jobs just to make ends meet. So like having a different kind of insurance plan, they can't come up with a deductible as a regular, like they're not going to be able to come up with $1,000 if something happens in their family. We're trying to protect other people like that.
I completely understand that, and that's where the contribution end comes in. But picture if you don't do anything. You've noticed.
We do want to do something. We do want to do something, but I think this particular pathway removes and sets up for how you want to work with the unions that serve your townspeople. And I think that's just a bad strategy. Like we were willing, like after February, 0 communication from the town. And now all of a sudden we get this certified letter and an email as well. And mine came on Tuesday, and then my certified letter on Saturday.
So when we met with all of the unions individually. We met at Algonquin. I know personally, we met with our municipal unions as well separately. The consensus, it was all or nothing, right? So,
Well, all of the unions decided to not move forward with the proposal from Borislav because it far exceeded what the GIC benchmarks.
so then you should be happy because this Mass General Law, we have to find one that is comparative to the GIC.
I don't disagree with that, but I think the in-between steps where there hasn't been any collaboration since then is a part that's missing. So
Well,
that's why we would
This
prefer
will
the,
rectify it because there was nothing we could do at that point because it was all of the unions agree to a deductible or they don't. This allows us to work with representatives from each union and establish a plan to move forward. There will be a plan, there has to be a plan.
so I
So,
understand that.
so it will help and it'll, have you heard the expression, too many cooks spoil the broth? If with all of those people, picture how many people that is. You're not gonna get anything done for 2 years. So this allows us to work with each union. You have a representative of your choice to come to the table to negotiate these terms. And we have to negotiate. This protects the employees.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rob Tev, 13th Thoreau Road, also a union firefighter for 30 years. My wife is a teacher in the district as well. Understand that we have negotiated and taken maybe less salaries over our 10 years. And now we're going to be potentially put in a position to have to pay more with a salary structure that maybe not be the greatest. That will have ramifications. Now, the spirit of cooperation, based on the conversations that are going on here tonight, concern me. And I'm not sure we started off on the right foot and the information was dispelled correctly. So, thank you.
Rob, in response to that, you're right. Your paychecks are less and less and less because health insurance is taking more and more and more. That's what we're trying to counter. We're trying to make sure that you can keep as much savings as possible in your paycheck. And in the same token, the town will save money too. This has to be good for everybody. It's not just going to be good for the town, it's going to be good for the employees. We want to make sure that the benefits are strong. We want to make sure that we can keep everybody here. That's our #1 goal.
And the retirees.
What's that?
And the retirees.
And the retirees, well, you're an employee, absolutely. Of the town.
I just, yeah. Ray Thompson, 10 Mayflower. I just think the puzzled look on everybody's face. I think, Jonathan, you're probably maybe well read on it. I think I would like to see this be tabled to another meeting that gives an opportunity for all of you to look it up and read it for yourself. I know what you're saying, but you know, the section 19, we weren't even sure what that was.
Because we're not.
I know, but it's
Yeah.
still part of it. That's just my feeling. If you do this, then you do have the opportunity to look into different plans. And there are some plans where there can be no negotiating with the unions, you just make the decision. I just think that everybody should have the opportunity for like the next meeting is just to review it. Look at it, educate yourself on what it is. And then you'd have a little better understanding.
I mean, they were educated. I sent a lot of information to them.
I completely understand and appreciate the conversation and
Mhm.
private and public, like every October we get our benefits and I get a little nervous about what's going on for health insurance. My health insurance has gone up incredibly for the company and it feels like I'm getting less and less and less. And it's not just, this is a thing. What we're doing tonight is procedural. We're not making decisions. Like we're enabling us to put us in the best possible position to work together, holistically see the whole thing. I give a lot of credit for getting the mobilization around it to be prepared enough for this meeting to do it and not lose a year. And I think it'll force us to have the right conversations because we all care about the same things.
It's just a little bit more understanding more for a lot of the employees that it's like brand new.
Understood.
It's all brand new, that just all came up to me, and I'm learning
We all
a
are.
lot.
We
yes.
all
So
are.
it's
None of us are
before you
experts here.
adopt it, that's all. Does that-
Without a
people
question,
have
your
an
feedback is not lost. Well,
Uh,
like, your feedback is not lost in the select board. Well, like, we will, we're not, it's not a mandate, it's not a decision, it's enabling us to procedurally be able to do this within the next year.
But I just think if it goes to a stage, I'm looking at is that, you know, the PEC only has one retiree assigned to it, and that person only has a 10% penalty for the retirees.
Understood.
So that's, you know, that's concern to me as it's gonna be to a lot of these other people. So that's just my feeling, is that it just gives people, I think, an opportunity to look it all up on the road like I have done, make phone calls, you know, to get a better understanding. That's all.
Thank you.
Steph, what is the timeline for this?
Very tight.
Okay, so do we need to make a decision on this next? I'm referencing something that Pat McMahon said, which was, knows it, with the IAC. Is there any kind of,
So that you have to first accept this and then you meet with the IAC.
okay, so then this has to happen.
Yeah,
And self-service agenda tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we're working.
Can I ask why it's in such a hurry? Why do you have to make this decision right away?
because do you remember all of the steps that I went over?
Mhm.
The steps take a lot of time. So for instance, like meeting with the IAC, everybody has to be available. Then we have a lot of statutory notifications and mailings throughout the way. Then we have to form the PAC. Then we have to meet with the PAC. Then we have to negotiate 30 days with the PAC. Then we deliver the proposals. Then we determine if an agreement is reached. Then if it's not, then we have to situate a panel. There's so many steps that, trust me, like this is unfortunately the night that we have to at least take a vote for this to be an option. And it's not, who knows where it's gonna go from here, but I can tell you what, everybody will be involved. We're doing everything in a public meeting. There will be representatives from every union, so there's nothing hidden. That's what this M.G.L means, that everybody has to work together, but you have to come to a plan in the end.
I just think it's being rushed.
It's a process that we do have to work quickly on because we are drowned.
Any other public comment?
Could Stephanie discuss what happened between February and the communication now that caused this to become a rush now and not something that was addressed early spring?
We ended up speaking with an attorney who talked to us about this Mass General law, and when we were going through the timeline with him, this is why it was expedited, because of all of these steps. He said, you know, if you want this to be an option, you have to start this now. Clock starts now.
That's been consistent in all the conversations. Any other public comment?
Thank you for letting us speak.
No, I believe me, I understand, yes. Any board discussion?
Okay, what's the negative to this?
The negative,
Yes, if we go for this, what is the negative? Is there a negative?
I mean, I don't know. I'm hoping our position gets better. This is why we're doing this.
Is the negative potentially not doing this, putting us in a position where people lose jobs?
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at when I need to know negatives are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just say, speaking on kind of a personal note. This is kind of a tough vote, you know, for me to sort of internalize and think about. I grew up in a household with two parents who were members of a union, not teacher or public safety, but a nurse, and another public sector employee. So I'm sympathetic to the feeling and the argument that it seems like management is trying to take something away through a process outside of collective bargaining. Lo and behold, I'm sitting here as part of management. And it's tough. I understand that, and but we're staring down some fiscal realities that unfortunately make some things that we may not want to do, that we have to sort of go down that path. This will be, like I said, sort of a tough vote for me. I see the fiscal realities of it, but I understand everything that our public servants do for us here in Northborough, both teachers, public safety, and I get and understand where you're coming from and what your argument is. And it's a tough vote. It's not easy.
Any other further discussion on some board?
Just one more thing, yeah, I like my tough decision, I know a lot of you out there. A lot of you for a long time. But I do, as a member of this board, I do feel like we need to look into everything we can, so much to talking about regionalization, dispatch and so forth. I know that the PEC sounds like that's the main issue. It reminds me of the town rep style of, a town meeting in Shrewsbury, where they elect someone to represent their area. But hopefully those are the best people that are brought forward for that, and that you trust them. It's all a matter of trust that they're going to look into your interests as best as possible. But I do feel that this is something that we need to do, just to open under the options.
Yeah, I mean, and reminder, we're not taking votes on this procedural. And I understand the conversation we had tonight, and I really appreciate that people coming, taking the time to be able to make sure voices are heard and we're having the right conversations. That's my perspective. I'm killing it.
I think everyone has said it very well. It's gonna be a difficult vote. I think it's a major change in the way we, come to these insurance decisions, but the reality is that it's just an exorbitant cost. If it means retaining people, that's a priority also. So.
Yeah, we're gonna, well, we'll have a motion to vote.
You want me to?
Please.
Do the motion?
Thanks.
Chair. I move that the select board, acting as the appropriate public authority under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 32B, hereby votes to accept and engage in the process to change health insurance benefits under the provisions of sections 21 through 23, Chapter 32B. I further move that the select board authorizes the town administrator and other appropriate officials to take all actions necessary to comply with the requirements of those sections, including conducting the required analyses of projected savings, providing notice to the Insurance Advisory Committee and Public Employee Committee as required by law, engaging in negotiations with the Public Employee Committee, participating if necessary in the Municipal Health Insurance Review Panel process, and taking any other actions required under Chapter 32B should the town pursue future health insurance plan design changes or participation in the Group Insurance Commission.
Second.
It's a roll call vote. Leslie?
Yes.
Deb? Yes. Joanne?
Aye.
Mike? Aye. I'm an aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next order of business, 4 West Main Street redevelopment request for proposal, discuss and talk to vote. I do want to pick this one off, Steph.
Well, so our last opening session was in month ago, maybe, was it? Regarding for West, no. Yeah, and you heard from both parties, Housing Air, and NRB. There were a lot of concerns from the board on finances because we want to, of course, protect anyone that goes in here. We don't want to see anyone fail, so that was the common theme. And if we do anything, number one, we want it to be successful. We want it to help our downtown initiative. So there were some concerns of, one party over another, but regardless, we're still at the point that we don't know. We don't have enough information to make a decision to fully move forward. But it seemed that the consensus from executive session was that NRB made a better presentation financially wise, that you felt a little bit more assured, and also the whole request for proposal and the procurement process was followed. And there's no concerns there.
Maybe just a brief discussion on the select board and maybe on both of the bids and pros and cons, and how I want to kind of proceed.
Sure.
I'm happy to just give you my perspective. I appreciate both parties coming in. I thought in the amount of time and preparation that was involved. One of the things that I was looking for was just what how realizable the plan was based on what both parties were able to prepare based on having done a site walkthrough, engaging different consultants, contractors, what some of the investment would be required. I think that on both of the proposals, I think we spent a lot of time trying to understand, like, was the investment adequate for what the cost would be, and trying to better understand the viability of the proposals in terms of for West Main reaching its potential. And the NRB, still some things I want to better understand there. I felt the NRB came more pragmatic and prepared on some of the costs and some of the way they were going to approach the cost in terms of their contractor network and things like that. I think there's questions on NRB that I want to better understand. I want to get a better understanding of the team. I want to make sure that we fully understand the team, understand what their approach would be to go and really get that up to code. So choosing between the two proposals, I was inclined that NRB would be the one that I would pursue to further understand if it was the right fit for the town, and if their plan was one that we had confidence to execute on, because these are not small initiatives to go to be to be invested in, be a productive part of the town again.
Most viable that we saw, however, I think there's a long way to go, right? And that's part of why we want to take the action tonight. At least get to a next phase, both in our understanding as well as their understanding of what is actually required as your point stuff. At the end of the day, the goal here is for this to be successful. Right? It's as much about, we want to sell it sure, right? But we also want it to be viable, sustainable part of downtown, and I'd like to see more of how that can actually happen. Because there are limitations that we know. How we're going to overcome those limitations, what sort of creative approaches they're going to come up with. I think it's important to understand.
I would agree with the previous two statements, but also, as I recall, NRB has experience in several other projects, which makes me a little more confident there.
I agree with the three previous speakers.
It
does. First of all, both of them were very enthusiastic. They love the building and have a nice vision. But I think viability is the bottom line here, and it's not like we're looking to wash our hands of this building and, you know, whatever happens, happens. We do want it to be a nice, have a good presence in North Brown, have people be proud of it and want to do business there and walk by their park there. So, yeah, I feel the same way.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise, I agree with the previous comments from my colleagues here. Yeah, I mean, it came down to both presentations left questions. It was just sort of, okay, you know, who has, you know, the previous experience like NRB, you know, things that they can help mitigate some of those questions, be able to move forward with a successful project, right? To Jeff's point, to other points, we don't want to just unload a building that's just going to sit vacant because it's vacant like that. And we're not at the finish line by far. There's a lot yet to go. Moving forward with one of them right now, I think is the right move, as my colleagues have all stated. But that doesn't mean that's what we end up bringing to town meeting. So more work to come on us.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to ensure that we, you know, get is, you know, what are your updated cost estimates? What other diligence be done and to make sure that like we have a lot of confidence. There's a lot of half finished buildings in 20 where people thought they had it all figured out and they were surprising. So what kind of contingency funds do you have? Like, what's your plan to ensure that this is something that you can execute on? So I'm looking forward to it, but a lot of questions be answered for sure.
Jeff, ready for motion here?
Please.
Yes, I move that the select board vote to advance NRB's proposal to the next phase of evaluation due diligence for the proposed disposition and redevelopment for West Main Street. As part of this process, the board requests that NRB return with its full development team and provide the outstanding engineering information, updated cost estimates, and other supporting documentation referenced in its proposal to support the board's valuation of the proposal as submitted. This action does not constitute final approval of a sale, lease, or disposition of the property, nor does it authorize execution of any agreement.
Second.
Roll call vote. Mike.
Aye.
Julianne.
Aye.
Jeff.
Aye.
Leslie.
Aye.
I'm an aye. Motion passes. Number 9 on the agenda is proposed street name Knox Trail for the 17 Green Street definitive subdivision. Discussion possible vote presented by Town Administrator Stephanie Bacon.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah.
Are you presenting on behalf?
No,
I was stating after discussion and like.
Okay, sorry. I was confused
I wasn't sure.
because it's not-
I wanted to make sure you knew why.
We were like, okay, so it's a small 3-lot subdivision, 17 Green Street, which is at the intersection of Green and Howard. Knox Trail, the reason why it's before you tonight, it's code section 96430. It gives the select board the responsibility of naming the ways. And the historical committee has a long list of historical names. Knox, the Henry Knox Trail, also known as Knox Cannon Trail, is a network of roads and path which traces the route of Colonel Henry Knox's noble train of artillery from Crown Point to the Continental Army camp outside Boston, Mass. Early in the American Revolutionary War, Knox was commissioned by the Continental Army Commander George Washington in 1775 to transport 59 cannons from captured forts on Lake Champlain, 30 from Fort Ticonderoga, and 20 from Crown Point to the Army camp outside Boston to aid the war effort there against the British forces. And actually, Northborough has a commemorative marker outside of our building, and I realized that, I was like, oh, wait, yeah, Knox, okay, that's ringing a bell. So basically, we need to know if you support the name.
What do we know about subdivision? What is it? What's it zoned for?
This is what you
Maybe
can
Carter's
come in.
gonna give us some insight here.
I'm Carter Brandon, 22 Sherland Drive. I'm not authorized to speak for the board, so I'm speaking for myself. So yeah, you can see the subdivision. This is right where Green Street and Howard Street fork on the south side of 290. So the street is coming very close between that fork and Pepper's Way, the little cut through there. That house on the bottom was already built, and then the subdivision is for the 3 houses there. The reason why we had a question about the street name, so it was, I believe when it was first proposed, it was under a different name. We kind of asked, we like to ask what the reason for their name is in case there's some controversy we don't know about. But we asked about the name, they kind of were just like, it was a random name, but it wasn't on the Historic Commission's list. So they picked Knox Trail, which was on the list. The reason why we were not sure about that, or I should say, my understanding, the reason why the board kind of wasn't sure about that is this bylaw regulation that I think you have in front of you. I don't have it with me, but there are, for a suffix to the street names, there are certain guidelines of, depending on the kind of roadway it is, if it's supposed to have a certain suffix. The way that it was presented, it's treating it as if trail kind of is that suffix, thinking it was Knox Trail. We're kind of asking if you think it should be Knox Trail or Knox Trail Way, Knox Trail Drive, or something else. I have my opinion. If you want to hear it, I can share it. But that's the question isn't really that whether we like, I think you probably could decide if you wanted a different name. It wasn't the issue with Knox Trail, it was whether it needed a suffix and what it should be. That we weren't sure about, and because the regulation puts that under your jurisdiction, we're coming to you for your opinion.
Excellent.
What's your opinion?
My opinion is, I think leaving it just as Knox Trail would be confusing. It's not a trail named after Knox, it is a roadway named after Knox Trail. It is inappropriate to name it that way because it is the 250th. It was when it was first coming before the planning board. It was pretty close to the 250th anniversary of Henry Knox's trail, where he walked canyon from Fort Ticonderoga to Boston. That kind of drove the British out of Boston. But I'm personally a little bit concerned that calling it Knox Trail could be confusing. People would say, oh, there's a trail near me. And I think that the applicant has expressed, I'm not 100% sure, it's kind of gone back and forth, I think, but I think they want to keep it a private way. So I don't want people confused that it's a trail and want to go hiking to the end of a cul-de-sac. I did just, was talking with Lori today. I did ask if the fire chief had an opinion. I know with common driveways, they like to have it's a common drive. They don't want to say street or anything like that because when they get a call, they want to know, oh, this is the driveway, a street. I don't know if they have an opinion on that. I think Lori said she'd ask. But yeah, my opinion is it should be Knox Trail and then add a suffix.
So ironically, this came up unrelated on vacation last week. I had noticed, I live on Laurel Avenue, and I noticed on the map, it's called Laurel Drive. And
That's funny.
and now I'm looking at where I live, and it's a cul-de-sac. And then for a drive is an accepted public way, which commences at a public way and terminates at a dead end or cul-de-sac, being Laurel Drive. An avenue is an accepted public way, which constitutes a main thoroughfare from one part of town to another, which my road is on. So on our map, it's Laurel Drive. Whoever named the street named it Laurel Ave, which isn't appropriate. So it's kind of an interesting application of what we're talking about
Yeah.
tonight on decisions to name streets, and maybe it's an enforcement issue there, but
Yeah, it looks like according to this, it would be a way. Like,
No, I don't.
I don't know.
Saying is,
any way for in public use, which has not been accepted as a public way.
isn't it a public?
Well, it's not a shared driveway, it's right?
I believe whether it would be accepted, they would have to come to you. Whether it was going to be accepted as a public way, I'm not sure. In our discussions, I know originally they wanted to keep it. They were not going to submit it to be accepted as a public way. At one point, they said where we might look into that as an option. I'm not 100% sure where it.
Oh, it says if for a way, the board of selectmen shall hold a public hearing.
wow.
In all cases of changing the name of any such way, that's,
So
does it mean way? Like,
way,
doesn't it add-
way is, I believe, the generic term. Like way, like it'd be a public way is not necessarily like, Main Street might be.
Okay,
Exactly.
so that's, okay, may change.
Lake Street is a public way. And I think also, I'm not sure when these regulations were adopted. I mean, there are a lot of streets that either predated or were for some reason not following. I mean, not all the streets follow those regulations. And then also, I think at the bottom of the regulations, there's an exception where it's like if there's some reason why the name would be otherwise appropriate, you don't have to follow it.
To do that lane. Like,
But it says,
Knox Trail Lane,
uh,
if you look at number 3. But did anybody contact the post office? Like, would that be a problem?
They don't know it's there yet.
Well, I mean, generally, I've never seen a trail as a street, like to your, I think your point is excellent. We need a suffix, but if it was just Knox Trail, what would the post office?
I did look up out of curiosity a couple of days ago. I mean, the post office does have in there like approved abbreviations for street names.
Uh-huh.
I think it's TRL for trail.
Oh, okay,
So
okay,
although I don't know if that's some towns you can have like
Uh-huh.
less than a road, like a trail as your street.
Is there like Knox Trail Drive seems to fit, and then the historical piece with Lane, Alley, or Parkway seem like they could be viable. Is there a position that the developer has?
My understanding is the developer, I mean, they submitted it as Knox Trail, but I believe they had said basically, if the board asked us to have a suffix, they'll defer, they said they would defer to the board.
So it has to be Knox Trail something, it can't be like Knox Circle. something.
So the historical list says Knox Trail.
Yeah.
Again, if you wanted, I mean, and at least how I read the list, it's a bunch of names that, you wouldn't name it, I don't know what, other examples are on it, but I think, the most recent one that we saw was like Revolt Drive, if you want to just call it Revolt. That's why I'm hold against the naming conventions, but, yeah, that's it. It's, I believe the question is whether you want to okay it without a suffix, you want to decide what suffix it should have.
Why don't you just make it road, Knox Trail Road?
I like lane.
Okay, it only says, it says number 3, terms such as lane, alley, parkway, or other designations are to be avoided, except in cases where by virtue of peculiar conditions or historic significance such as such designation appears appropriate. So it said stay away from.
So let's just do road.
Well, I believe road is supposed to, I mean, again, you can, but I believe road in that is supposed to be a road that ends at the town border.
Yeah.
So I believe what that is referring, it's not saying avoid, it's saying avoid it unless there's some reason why it'd be appropriate.
Yeah.
So to stay within the conventions, we would use drive.
I think drive may be.
Not real drive. Knox Trail Drive sounds.
Knox Trail Drive?
No, it doesn't work with Knox Trail. Knox Trail is historic. Historic.
You gotta have
someone
It's 3 houses.
What?
I mean, it's historic, but I mean, it's also like, it's got 3 houses on it. It's not, it's
Right.
not a, you know.
The name's
long-
historic.
The name's historic.
I don't know if
No
that,
one else decided to use it before.
I don't know if that piece the our historical significance, the name alone.
Yeah,
And if you believe that, you get into way,
or we could go with teach and market.
I don't have a preference.
with kid eyes.
I do,
Yeah.
I do think of suffix makes sense,
Yes,
just for Google
Yeah.
Maps and.
Yes. I agree. So, but we have to decide on the suffix tonight.
I think what I mean, well, we're gonna be talking about this tomorrow,
Okay.
planning board meeting.
Yeah,
I think Lori was saying she doesn't think a decision will be this week. So, I mean, if it's gonna be a public way, I think it's gonna come back to you anyways. I think really we're asking your opinion
Yeah.
on a suffix, so we can tell them to include that in the final.
And if it was gonna be a way, it would have to somehow see some access to the public to use it or not,
No,
to cut through or paper street.
I believe so I think, I see that.
It says any way open for public use which has not been accepted as a public way.
They accept public ways.
I
Now,
don't
they're gonna
think
put that in the.
I don't think simply approving the name would override like the transfer of the property or rights to
I
it.
wasn't sure if you could only name it if you did that.
I think what the name or what the planning board is asking is because if we approve the subdivision, we have to approve it with a labeled street name that's going to be intended to be its street name. So we're basically asking what, 2 or 3 letters you're asking us, the applicant to write on.
With only 3 letters. It's a shorter sign. Maybe we just duplicate it.
Get around that.
Yeah, Julianne, pick one and then we're all gonna go.
Oh, since it is my motion.
Oh, even better.
Okay. Here's the motion. I move that the select board vote to approve the proposed street name, Knox Trail Lane, for the 17 Green Street definitive subdivision as presented.
Second.
Okay.
Enthusiastic.
Okay, so roll call vote. Leslie.
I don't like drive, but I'll vote yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Mike.
Abstain.
Oh, yes. These are always the interesting part of the. It's like.
This is the most fun.
Levity.
That year, the whole time to talk about 2 letters, that take one.
This is one of the
That's how much the government.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Carter. All right, let's keep rolling. Next on the agenda, MSBA project funding agreement for Marion EC Elementary School, discussion of possible vote presented by town administrator Stephanie Bacon.
The project funding between MSBA, and Northborough establishes the terms under which the MSBA will reimburse the town for eligible costs associated with the Z School roof replacement project under the accelerated repair program. The agreement outlines the town's responsibilities for complying with MSBA program requirements, procurement laws, reporting, record keeping, project oversight. It also establishes reimbursement procedures, audit requirements, and the town's obligation to fund any costs that are determined to be ineligible or exceed the approved grant amount. The agreement provides for an estimated maximum MSBA reimbursement of $2,599,005 with potential maximum reimbursement of $27,12,546 if eligible contingency costs are approved by MSBA. It's always with MSBA, it's a very standardized contract, you can't go outside of it, they've been waiting for this motion because, it goes with the whole, approval package and our lawyer certification that you guys approved it, so, yeah. So I have the motion that, do you have it, John, the motion?
I have it.
Oh, okay.
I move that the select board vote to authorize the chair of the select board to execute the Massachusetts School Building Authority project funding agreement for the Marion EC Elementary School Accelerated Repair Program on behalf of the town of Northborough and to take any actions necessary to carry out the intent of this vote.
Second.
Roll call vote, Mike.
Aye.
Joanne.
Aye.
Jeff. Aye. Leslie.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Great, I'll be that. Okay.
On to fiscal year 28 select board budget goals presented by Town Administrator Stephanie Bacon and Finance Director Jason Little.
Yeah, you guys should have a document, of course. We always start the budget year, fiscal year 28, we're talking, with a big gap, a budget gap, so. We don't get nervous in the beginning because that budget plan that I gave you a few weeks ago. It shows you milestones of when we find out about certain numbers. It could be retiree costs, it could be our health insurance numbers, it could be local aid, it could be state aid. So we need to turn it over to Jason and we're gonna tell you how to close the gap. There's many different areas, but.
Thanks, Steph.
You're welcome.
Well,
Anytime.
I have a PowerPoint, but this isn't meant to have a conclusion to it. It gets to be a conversation.
Yeah.
It's really to talk about where we are in the process right now. We're very early this year. I'm gonna start with PowerPoint sharing the screen. Full disclosure, there's 12 slides here, but some of them are duplicates and we won't talk about there.
Perfect.
So when I start, don't be afraid that this is gonna be another one of my long.
We're timing you. What time is it? 10:21.
Puts pressure on John.
Yeah.
So double with this one.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. This counts as one.
All right,
All right.
we're getting it.
All right, so this is just laying out where we are right now. We met on the 13th where we talked about the timeline, Steph just laid out what was in the outline that was provided at that meeting. And we're on target with the outline that was laid out. The Appropriations Committee met 2 days later and we provided them an outline, the outline and an initial FY 28 budget model. That was shared at the meeting. We're going to talk about that model because that hasn't changed drastically from that meeting where that was presented. Financial Planning Committee has been meeting frequently. As has been discussed frequently, there's going to be a scarcity of resources in the next year to use for capital, given that our budgets are becoming tighter and we're going to be closing out less and generating less in free cash going forward. So they have worked diligently on coming up with a more nuanced rating scale and weighting criteria to help rank the projects that come before them better, because there may be choices this coming year about what we can afford and what we can't that gets brought forward to them. And then the administration, we are pending, we have not sent out capital or operating budget manuals yet to departments, and the conversations that are happening here and with financial planning are going to guide those directions that are given to departments. But those are pending, and anytime soon we will be crafting those instructions to go to departments. Yeah, so the 27, what plays into the 28 budget process? We just started the 27 budget, but that serves as the basic comparison for the 28 budget. So it was voted on at the 26 town meeting in April. So it was we typically start with throughout the process in our models, we start with a proposed budget and then we look at an amended budget. Then the amended budget is the basis for what we compare the next year's proposed budget to. So what happens between town meeting and when we consider the budget being amended or revised, as the heading is going to be on the next slides that we go forward to. There's a reduction from there was $607,000 of capital articles that weren't passed. It'll be further amended by our state aid between April and what was approved in July increased by another $178,000. So what happens there is that the tax levy is reduced. New growth is not yet finalized. When that gets certified, we'll know that number. We estimated $30 million of value. And as you may have heard, our principal assessor has taken another opportunity in another town. We're currently recruiting in that middle of that process. And he left us on good terms and we're in good shape. So from what I understand from him, our new growth is going to get to the $30 million. We're not going to have a windfall, but we'll meet the $30 million that was predicted throughout the process. So what happens there is if it gets certified at a higher amount, what that does is within the Proposition 2.5 formula, it creates more unused levy capacity that starts the process for 28, that carries over to 28, start budget process there. So this culminates with the tax classification hearing this fall, which is going to happen in November. So that's where the tax recap process happens, where our tax rate is set, and that becomes our original budget for the year, which could then be amended by further town meeting votes after that, and could be amended by budget transfers and other things that come up during the year. And then from what I understand, we are going to be talking about the shift, a potential shift amongst commercial, industrial, and residential classes. That's going to be talked about as part of the September agenda. So there'll be a more thoughtful and potentially longer and less pressured discussion about it. So it's not going to be on the night of the classification hearing. There'll be a long opportunity for more discussion around that topic.
Check this for understanding real quick.
Yeah.
So as I read new growth, and the part of it let's put on will be this, but I basically took $30 million and assumed that for every $1 million, roughly $15,000 of tax. Is that, should I think of a $450,000?
Yeah, it's about $450,000, correct?
Yeah, so I should look at 607, 178, 450, and us being basically like at a $1.1 million good guy to start the year.
Well, we'll get into the model a little
Okay.
bit. So don't worry. We'll have
Don't
numbers.
ruin it. Slides.
We'll have numbers.
Making sure I'm in the passenger seat with it.
I appreciate your way of thinking. So what else matters is we're still going through the fiscal year 26 fiscal year end where we'll find out what our free cash is. So the close of the year determines the amount available use toward the FY28 budget, and it will also involve coming up with a free cash plan where the select board will be asked for a position on what to allocate toward the capital plan versus the budget. And typically, we come forward with that free cash plan once we know what our free cash is. So for FY25, if at the close of FY25, and we had this to operate with during FY26 toward the FY27 budget, we had $5.25 million. So from that, 4.5 million was used. So 1.2 was the operating budget. $175,000 was the appropriations reserve, and then we used $3 million for capital. So the remaining $757,000 is the base. That's where we'll start. We'll add our FY26 year-end results to that $757,000. There's some other mechanics to the formula that's used to calculate free cash, but that's basically how it works. It's the whatever we had from before that was left over, plus deficits and other funds, which we always work diligently to close. We don't have any deficits of grants and so forth. We're still working on that. There's a lot of accounting to still be done between now and when we can submit for our free cash, but that's basically the mechanics of it. $757,000 plus any revenue that came in above the 26 budget, and then any closeouts from budgets, operating budgets from 26. So our modeling that we do when we do projections, we usually assume that at least $2.7 million will be available within. So if we have 757, about $2 million would have to be generated from our returns. And it's not a crazy assumption, because that would be about 1% of both the expense and the revenue figures. So that's not within the realm of possibility every year. And so our 28 budget model, I'm going to start we talked about 2 other years. Now we're going to start talking about 28, which is the subject of the presentation. But the 28 budget model. So the assumptions we've used, property taxes increase with Proposition 2.5, and new growth and any unused capacity is available to fund the budget. So those factors altogether total $2.6 million. State aid increases $171,000. Our local receipts, we've increased the budget there about another $100,000. So just keeping in mind that our local receipt budget last year increased about 2%. So we're just increasing. That's why we're only increasing another 2% to see where our returns are this year, because the state won't set our tax rate if we've set our local receipt budget higher than what is conceivable that we'll collect. And then in this model, free cash is returned $500,000, because that's what's included in our financial policies. Again, that was overridden during the process for FY27 by adding another $700,000 so the budget could be balanced. So this model shows it back at $500,000. So that $700,000 has been basically lost in capacity as a result of that, but that's not a foregone conclusion. That'll be part of the presentation to ask when free cash plan comes around.
Oh, yes, I was gonna ask, because like given the fact that is it virtually impossible to claw that back?
Well, yes and no. I mean, if this is one of the questions that we're going to come to when we go through these numbers a little further, is do we want to avoid an override? Is that going to be the goal for this year, avoiding an override?
Does this assume an override?
It will show one. It will show one. I'm
You'll-
going to show
You'll
a
see
budget.
further.
Trying to understand the first bullet that says property tax increases with Prop 2.5 and new growth, and what that 2.6 represents.
That 2.6, those numbers will be broken out to individually in a second,
Okay.
but like,
So that's a positive.
yeah, that's basically what we can count on every year. The Proposition 2.5 increase plus new growth plus any unused capacity that we had from the last year.
Yeah.
So those are all.
Without an override.
Those do not involve override.
Yeah, okay, got it.
So then, to balance that, to produce a balanced budget and see where we are in terms of a budget gap, we look at the expenses. So revenues and expenses have to balance the balanced budget. Under this model, we've assumed operating budgets are going to increase 3%, and that's basically what could be, as a concept, a level service budget. So that will involve constraints being applied to the budgets, because I think, if we ask departments at this point to generate level service budgets, it would potentially be higher than that 3% budget increase.
So this is what we did last year. We started with 3. We had to, it doesn't sound like a lot, but percent is, so we had to bring it to 2.9 to make it work. So as those new numbers come in, we're able to tweak that number.
Actually dumb, maybe heartless question. I mean, have we recently been willing to open to asking them to present us with a level funding scenario?
Well, that would be part of what we asked them to do through the process. A couple of years ago, we did ask people to produce
2 budgets.
multiple budgets. Yeah,
Yeah, actually more than 2.
multiple
You're right.
budgets.
I mean, I think given.
Just to grasp what would be lost in terms of services, but being able to quantify what would be lost in terms of services if you were asked to produce a level service budget. You know,
Level, I'm just saying level fund.
level funding, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
misspeaking, but level funding is functionally a cut because of rising labor costs.
Yeah.
And utilities and so forth. So going through this, so this model here shows a 3% for the operating budgets. So again, a true level service budget may be more than 3%. But we're assuming in this model, just to see what these numbers are, to develop a concept around where our budget gap is. We're saying the directions may be to produce a budget that's within 3%. So that increase for the town departments is $512,000. That increase for the K-8 schools is $962,000. Within the model, we plugged in a 5% increase for the regional education operating assessments because regional assessments include we're in a JPA with one of the regions and we're tackling health insurance with them. So they're passing along health insurance through the regional assessment to taxpayers in Northborough through that assessment. At about 60% the assessment.
Does this, and so we, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we saw a spike last year because of,
Special ed.
thank you.
Special ed.
Yeah.
And there's a lag time of the year where there should be a catch up this year.
Yeah,
So that's the circuit.
The circuit
breaker.
take advantage of the circuit breaker funds, so that they should not need additional funding from the town.
Right.
Yeah, I think the effect of that is going to be to mitigate their increase. I think that they will still come forward with, I mean, maybe I misunderstood that, but I think they're still going to come forward with an increase, but it's just not going to be another 70%
Right.
year. It's good. It'll be more like 3%, but they'd use the circuit breaker funds in order to offset their budget to bring it down to something more. reasonable.
You took out the special education stuff from the last budget, I think they came in under 3%.
Yeah.
They were saying it would be at 3%.
And it's mandated, I think, because they're in a tough position.
Yeah, but it was a headwind last year and it's not a headwind this year.
Right.
Correct.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right, so.
Oh, wait, I shouldn't say that. I think special ed there still will have significant increases, but I think the circuit breaker will help us offset that, so it won't be as extreme. But you're
Right, yeah, it'll help mitigate the increase next year, but it probably won't be as high as this past year, but.
Right.
Yeah, they're not gonna have a budget decrease next year, I don't think. I think I heard that from anybody.
Okay.
And again, what do I have? Well, versus circuit. All right, so I think these are just some of the highlights. So those are expenditures. So this is what the budget model looks like. Don't get too scared. This is just everything that goes into the expense side of the regional budget. Okay. Don't put your glasses on and.
Do we have this in here?
To see it.
Yes, it's part of.
Is that in the pack?
Yes.
Computer might
Because
It's.
To make it full screen.
So, okay, so this one's a little better to read. This is more summarized. This is just 2 years.
Oh, yeah, you can turn around, yeah.
So again, what this shows is, we would need for its town departments, all of the town departments, police, fire, DPW, library, finance, administration. That would take $512,000 to increase those budgets 3%. Our debt service for non-excluded debt service is going up $58,000. That's an obligation. We have to pay that. This model is 12% for health insurance, and you can see where the numbers come from that we are trying to address with the previous discussion earlier tonight. There's the multiple
I know.
that. The retirement assessment, we know it's going to, their assessments to communities are gonna go up 10% overall. We don't know what our individually actuarially rated amount is gonna be until sometime in January or February. So we know that's gonna be 10%, so we assume it's gonna be in the neighborhood of 10%. John?
What's the solid waste subsidy?
The solid waste subsidy, that is the amount that the solid waste enterprise fund has a gap. It needs to be funded by the general fund
Okay,
in order for that to balance.
and it's a stable number at 500 grand.
Yeah, we think we were conservative. We, as you know, like that was one of the mechanics or levers that we pulled last year to gain capacity. Was that attacking that number by raising the bag fees. Yeah. And
That's in that number.
that number was reduced drastically as a result of the increase in bag fees.
See that.
See that. Yeah, so that's in
I don't know
our,
if I-
that's in our fiscal year, that 107 grand, there's in our fiscal year 27 number.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's why it's not seeing 26, not seeing that.
Yeah.
So it was 660 and 26, and then it was scheduled to go up more, and then it got brought down as a result of the increased bag fees that we're anticipating. So that's. Let me get back on.
This isn't as dire as last year when you scared, I mean, this is good.
I feel like I was so scared last year.
No, last year it was like,
Yeah,
it's like $3 million
I know.
back.
We're like flipping couch cushions.
Yeah, it's like, all right, I mean,
What's in the other fixed cost bucket?
That's our like the town's overlay, what we rate for abatements and exemptions. It's our building and liability insurance is in there, our other employee benefits like life insurance. And that's not very significant, but that's what everything else that's not a town department is included in that.
So there are legal fees in there.
Legal fees are within town departments.
Also, we go to the individual.
Yeah.
so Jerry, most,
No.
sorry.
No, we have a department for town council within the revenue budget, so that's where that's why that falls within the town department category.
The most valuable report I got last year was right in the February timeframe, it's this union report. And when you get it, there's so much information in there and it's all the department spend by line item. And there's like 63 different entities in there. But you can do magic when you put that in bot. I mean, it's like there's so much room that, and I
You have to check it with us.
Stephanie doesn't like to hear this, but there's so much room to just, that we're spending on stuff chronically that we don't wanna say we are, to tighten those up. Appropriations committee, I hope is gonna take that as one of their action items, but
Usually, I mean, John will say this, what that does is highlight a lot of the anomalies that happen within line items.
we found a few though.
Sure. Yeah.
We found a few in IT numbers. There's stuff that, the thing with municipal budgets, from my perspective, and I just speak, just that sort of maybe my own tone, is that you just take the line item from what you budgeted last year, you don't look at the spend, and it just kind of keeps going that way, then you look at spend, oh yeah, well, then you go back, and it's not bad intentions. It's just no one, if you don't scrutinize the budgets just get increased off of budgets, not of actuals.
Yeah.
So it's this, and I know I'm oversimplifying to some degree.
Right, there is a lot that gets kind of causes that report in particular to be misleading because of carry forwards. When we carry forward an obligation for next year's called an encumbrance, it's kind of a municipal animal. But
when do I get that report?
We can send that as part of the closing process. Because we're working through it.
I'd like to know it's so cold to get it now.
So
Like,
if anybody wants to see what departmental closeouts, it doesn't have the line items in it, but if you go to the accounting webpage, there's recent closeouts. And you can get to the totals and see what closed out of each department on that report. So that's typically been part of the explaining where free cash came from, like in the fall. So anybody can go to the accounting webpage and look for those reports. But like I said, same accounting records, it's just missing the carry forward data. So that's what's completed by that year end closeout with reporting. All right, so going through this, adding those together, what's within the town budget, health insurance, the retirement assessment, the debt service. That's about $2 million of an increase. The K-8 schools, just a 3% increase there would be $962,000. That 5% Algonquin increase plus the decrease as a result of we're no longer in 28 having a budget for the Algonquin Adjourn project, so the debt service there fell off, but we added debt service for the just a little bit less, but we added debt service for the athletic complex, so that's coming in next year. So
And is Milliken roof in here?
Milliken roof is no.
They're not doing it.
Milliken roof is the Z roof.
Z roof. I get it.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I know. You guys just watch the last FPC meeting? No, but the Z's in here.
Z's in there, yeah. There's a number for the third. Z's. What, you didn't see it here, John? Yeah, so sorry, I'm clicking this too quickly. There's enough, if you look down at near the very, very bottom, there's the individual items that are held outside of the model for the debt service that needs to be raised. And there's $265,000 showing for the Z roof. Yeah. So that's it. Oh, I like to have the music back. All right, so this model as well, the free cash is basically a wash. It says we're going to have this available free cash to use towards the capital plan. So that's not really representing any real numbers. It just shows $2 million. So
right now, our placeholder right now for capital plans $2
million.
Yeah. So okay.
It'll probably go up from that, but $2 million is what we have as a model right now.
Yeah.
But the point of this model is trying to figure out how much of a gap we have for our operating budget. So
the biggest opportunity is probably health insurance, just because we've got PTSD and we keep putting COVID because it keeps coming in high.
It's such a significant number. I mean, that's why we're attacking that number specifically, because we, the 17% increase, 16% increase. I have some numbers in here later.
When does 28 get priced out from our broker?
We probably won't find that out till late December or January.
Okay.
So we won't find the final numbers until February, but we're looking at, so health insurance is just a mechanism to pay health claims.
Yes,
it's an administration fee on top of the claims that we're paying, and our claims are running high.
Well, one of the things that's helpful is we restructured our health insurance last year. So things like Ozempic are no longer, we spent $1.3 million on Ozempic, and that's no longer covered. So we had to wait for our actuary table to catch up to us.
Yeah, we had to wait for
and so there's some structural things working in our favor by cleaning up some of the.
Yeah.
Some of that will be included in the pharmacy costs will be included in our claims data that's in the look back period. When we're looking at. So that wasn't until July 1st that the GLP-1s for weight loss were discontinued.
I just can't believe that. I mean, I'm not an expert here, but I just don't, I never really got a good sense of how good our broker was in that conversation. Because they just came back with they might have done a lot of good work in background.
Well, it was the
claims. But I just don't understand fundamentally, I researched my own whole bit, is if you fundamentally change what you're covering and you're offering a plan that no longer has it, why doesn't that change the pricing of it?
Look back time, that look back period, so
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
We're gonna pressure them to
Be like, hey, I get it, but you're doing it on a data set that no longer applies because we have this big line that no longer applies because no one's getting carte blanche Ozempic anymore. You need to actually have an on-label use.
So we'll see what our claims data looks like after this July 1st date.
Yeah.
We'll start seeing what it is, and we'll be able to pressure we're seeing the data that they're sharing with us monthly. That was a tremendous benefit of going to the new broker, is that we would get the information sporadically from our old consultant. We're getting it monthly from them. We get a dashboard, and it gets reported to us. Claims were running high up to the last report that I said, I forget what month it was. So,
Wasn't that 2 months ago?
I think so.
Yeah.
It was running in the 90% territory, which still triggers an increase, because the insurance company expects to make some increase over that, and then they expect actuarially costs will go up as time goes on. So the claims that they're paying will go up, the medical costs that our plans are paying for are going up.
But we can get a lot more competitive the better our claims rate is, so.
Yeah,
For sure.
so, Assabet, we assume they have a debt component too, and that goes down about $4,000 a year for their project, and that's assumes a 5% increase in their operating budget, operating assessment to us. The warrant articles, I think I talked about that. The $1.5 million, I said $2 million is going to be used, whereas the other half of it, part of it is offsetting the Algonquin, because we've applied their pay-as-you-go capital assessment that they assess to the town. We applied free cash to that last year, and that helped gain capacity in the model. So that's just being shown here again. They have a higher amount that was in the capital plan for the next year. So we're assuming $500,000 of the capital plan will be used toward the assessment. So that's how where the $2 million goes, but it's basically a washing model. We're assuming OPEB will leave that level at $300,000, not to cut it and not to increase it in this environment. And then the debt excluded, debt service, all of the individual items are hidden here. They're disclosed on the other page, but that's going up as a result of it's going down as a result of the debt service declining, but it also adds the C-cert because
Is $300,000 effective the cuts you made last year?
what was that? Yes,
It is.
yeah, it was $300,000 throughout the process last year.
We brought it down a lot, didn't we, a little bit?
It was originally going to be 6.
Yeah, we brought it down to 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good job.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Jason, take the win.
Is there anything?
I didn't even get to the budget cap yet. It's
That's why it should have so
it's
much.
somewhere in the middle, in the neighborhood of $2 million.
Exactly.
It's $2 million, yeah. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. So if health insurance is going up at 12%, if we can bring that to 6% instead of 12, that gives us $500,000 of $2 million. So if we have another $700,000 again of free cash to apply to it, that brings us closer. So
And then there's the split tax conversation, which could change.
yeah, so the split tax conversation does not create any more capacity. It just decides who's paying.
Yeah. True. Yeah. Understood.
Let me try to get this going again.
You get kicked offline, I got kicked offline earlier.
Oh, I think that's what it was.
Yeah, you just have to go back to the,
Oh, it says I'm connected. No action, no internet.
That's all right, just read through it.
you just have to go to the library page again and connect.
I'm clicking on it.
Huh?
Need your keys.
No, I, old man had my computer.
I feel your pain.
Oh, even when I want to be quick.
No, just read through it, that's fine.
All right, where was I?
The gap, the 2 million gap.
Yeah, so the gap is $2 million. Basically, So without an override or capital model, I was looking at what revenue we can count on. So again, the town and the schools, yeah, those together, that's about $1 million. The taxes, 2.6 million, state aid to, was 200,000, and local receipts $100,000. Taking free cash out for the policy, that's a net of 2.2 million. So new revenue, if we have 2.6 million, or if we take out the unused capacity for next year and say we have $2 million every year, we're increasing $4 million, we're gonna have a gap to try to find.
Was the increase 93 to 90? That's the answer. That's the total expenditures 93 in fiscal year 28 versus 90 in fiscal year 27.
No, I think they were still increasing, but not. They were increasing probably from 90.
99, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
They were increasing. Yeah. So they were increasing from 90.7 to 93.1.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why it won't let me click on.
Oh.
Passcode. All right, starting over.
No, we're not.
Here we are. All right, so this shows a summary of the revenues. So this shows the formula, 2.5%, 1.7 million new growth. That's the $30 million of value that would equate to $445,000. This shows an override of 1.85 million. I'm saying $2 million roughly because 1.85 is the exact number that put the shortfall in this model. To summarize all of the debt exclusions, so it uses the unused capacity from the prior year, so that's the $482,000. So the tax receipts, this model is 5.44% increase in taxes. Shows the 2.5% increase in state aid. All of these the free cash, I mean, obviously that's $700,000 drop from the prior year, but there's from what I'm hearing, there's an openness to restore that again this year once we know the amount.
Can I ask you a quick question about free cash? Just maybe I'm missing it, but so we're expecting free cash to be lower partly because of the excess we used last year that we would have otherwise held on to.
Well, we're expecting our returns to be tighter in 26.
Right.
So we carried over 700. We didn't use 700 from that 5.25 from the prior year's certification. So what we don't know right now is our exact numbers of what our results are. We'll probably have something healthy when we come forward, but it's not going to be 5.25 million. So that's what I'm saying.
What do you think contributes to that decrease? We know.
The decrease, I think, is two things. I think one thing where we generated a lot of free cash to generate local receipts.
Yeah.
We increased our local receipts budget to account for that, to help balance the budget. So the returns there are going to, they're still going to be positive because we had to set a conservative local receipt budget in order for our tax rate to be set.
Yeah.
But, it's not going to be, you know, that trails kind of a year, so we increased it for FY 27. Our FY 26 local receipt budget was about 10% less than 27's. So we may still get decent returns in our local receipts this year on the revenue side. Our expense budgets are relatively tight, so the close are tighter than they have been in the past. And as we went around, the town's operating budget last year only increased 0.49%. So from 25 to 20, from 26 to 27, it only increased $83,000. And that's what the model tonight, it's about $500,000 for a 3% increase. A part of that was the some mechanics with the DPW. It was you know, town and lobby for years for the state to increase the revenue program. It did that in a reliable way. So $200,000 was able to be cut out of the DPW budget. You're also able to reduce the DPW $65,000 for streetlights. So those two things had the effect of offsetting the town's budget. But if it weren't for those offsets, instead of 0.49%, it would have been 2.3%. So people, when we started out working with the departments, I think they understood the budget climate we've been in, heard the message from the summit last year and sharpened their pencils. I think they eliminated everything that didn't involve getting rid of people from their departments. So a lot of things I think got trimmed last year, which tells me, can we do it again for another 3% this year? I don't know. It may be more if we ask for actual level services. See both. That's
What were the biggest things that got trimmed? What were the drivers?
I think the drivers were mostly expense lines. I think people probably cut back on training and meetings.
Yeah, training.
Cut back on,
Which isn't good, but
yeah, not long term. That's not necessarily good if we have staff transitions and so forth. We're promoting people
and we were very careful with office supplies on, you know, what can be consolidated, who we're getting them from. You know. Good job, Megan.
Yeah, I mean, it also mitigated increases in utilities too. So you saw a lot of our lines.
In trainings captured in individual, I know we measure it year to year.
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
All right.
I mean, it should, there's meetings and travel expenses.
Yeah.
Budgets.
Thanks.
So anyway, it was all the expense lines that did not involve the person. No personnel was added, but no personnel was cut. So. Yeah, so again, I was trying to lay out, it gets confusing because there's so many items in the budget, like what we're talking about with the operating budget. It gets confusing because we are showing capital, we're showing debt excluded debt. all these
Revenue,
other things.
expenses.
Yeah, all the different lines in the revenue budget. So I'm trying to explain where we are with the revenue budget, because we could count on, if we're reducing back down, we could count on $2.2 million more, but those basic town budget and school budgets, you know, was about $4 million. So again, that's where the 1.8 or $2 million comes from. So if we can cut health insurance, if we can go after that.
That would be great.
If some of the other line items, if we get positive renewals in our property and liability insurance, that's not. We're looking for a lot of small numbers across the budgets to see where we end up. So, okay, so continuing on this, based on the early assumptions, you know, we got approximately $2 million gap. So level services means no new staff or services. What's not added here is additional public safety staffing. The fire safer grant expires 9 months into 28. So this budget model doesn't make any mechanics around adding for that. That's. I don't think the fire departments would be able to accommodate a 3% increase, including 8 more firefighters for just 3 months, but still. And then I know the police have talked about wanting to add staff, but that conversation I know is complicated by the ongoing the new discussion of the dispatch transition. So again, the point was that level services may be more than 3%. The plan design discussion with health insurance, that's showing a 12% increase. Hopefully it's not going to come in at that yet. And then that would be another year of a tremendous increase. And
Did you do the breakdown? Was that $1 million or less?
that's $1 million is 12%.
Okay.
And about 70, so not that we're playing departments against each other, but within that town budget, the school department is covered by that health insurance line as well. So about 70% of that is related to school employees. So this model too complies with the town's financial policies in that we're within the debt limit and it complies with the policy for maintaining 5 to 10% in reserves of the annual budget. So no transfer to stabilization's modeled here in terms of generally most models have had free cash being transferred into stabilization. We have a balance of 6.8 million stabilization now. So again, that's good news for the town that we have a conservative amount of
And it's
reserve
not just for us, it's for us being audited and our, for bond rating.
It's a good part for bond
ratings.
Yes.
And it's not earmarked, it's stabilization.
It's stabilization, correct? Yeah, that's what's in stabilization alone.
So just a quick clarifying question, safer.
Sure.
So this model does not account.
It does not account extra for
There's
those.
3 months that you can't fund.
Well, 3 months,
months.
it doesn't account for those 3 months of funding those acres.
Correct, yeah.
And how much is that?
That would be about, I think the cost is 1.1 million for a year. So that's about, it's about $300,000. Yeah. All right, so where was I? I just returned to this slide again. Again, there's some duplicates, but these are all the mechanics of things that happened with the health insurance over the years. So as you can see, 26 and 27, complete outliers in terms of what we're experiencing in increases.
Insane.
If you look at all these years.
Crazy. Look at that, 17%, 16%.
And so
From
these
2.8. Okay.
these models and design changes that were made back in 2017 and 2018. So part of that was those were entered into under a memorandum of understanding with all the unions. That was us negotiating with them.
With the IAC, right?
Through the IAC is an advisory board that made recommendations, but they were presented through that. The plan designs were relatively modest and it amounted to, that was a day and age where plan designs could bring you a 3% renewal. So we had a long, good run in all these years of good performance.
But it was so extreme. That's the problem. It was, it went from 3% to 17. That's crazy. Oh, yeah. That's absolutely yes. And actually, remember, it was 24.9%, right? Wasn't
It was 24.9%. That was the last day of school vacation in February. Then we took that week off. I got the email saying they're coming back saying it's 24.9 because we started budgeting 6, saying, oh, it might be 10, but we have enough budget capacity. We can push it through with we have enough capacity to get it through with a 6. And then we started hearing it's gonna be 12, and then it was 25. So that led to us going out from the RFP. I mean, there's a lot of things that happened to get to where we were. So we did the RFP, we worked with JPA to do an RFP, find a good consultant. Went through that process. So that's where we ended up with for some insurance as our advisor. And we're starting the conversation early this year.
Fantastic.
So hopefully we'll get somewhere with that and we'll get closer with everything else.
Thanks for putting it together. So when do we need the select board to set the budget goal?
Well, typically the first, I mean, we're gonna come forward with, the first budget goal, would it be to have a nuanced process this year with having multiple submissions? Do you think that would be a reasonable first step to tell us what to put in our directions to departments?
Well, that's what I was asking.
I think it is. I think that's what we want them to tell us to do.
Yes, but I'm saying when do we need that number, like ASAP?
Oh, but in terms of the free cash plan, that would be the first step. You know, the target, it would be the goal.
You wanna wait that long?
No, I mean, developing a target of this, of what budget model we're going to, where if we're gonna need further cuts between.
Right,
Yeah, I think that.
well, that's what we did last year, we figured it out with the numbers that were coming in, but,
At that same time, we were budgeting a lower number for health insurance and then we got really that renewal. It came out to be 12.44%. That was the premium increase. We had to budget for a 16% increase because we had an increase in our roster of people that elected the insurance.
so would you, as a board, agree to a 3% level service to start? And we will work through the numbers and that way, if things go positively and we don't have to take away from our existing community structure, because we will, if we have to go to level funded, there will be cuts to personnel or part-time or, but if we have to go that way, we have to go that way. If we don't have to go that way, then why start out that way? I'm just saying, can we work with the numbers as we go along, and it can be, because there's so many variables that we don't know right
One
now.
thing that brings us closer to the budget, not a gimmick, but we're gonna talk about that stormwater enterprise fund. We're currently within Public Works, it's about $500,000 of operating expenses related to maintaining that stormwater permit that we have. So, talking about a stormwater enterprise fund would create a new fee that operates outside of the general fund, but would also create capacity with the budget, so that
Absolutely.
could decrease it. So
Yeah.
that's on our top list of things that we can get to. It's a significant one, but I forgot.
It's the fee.
The
Users.
ratepayers would pay it, the ratepayers would be residences and businesses now.
Was that coming through your water and
It would be
sewer?
a new
Or
enterprise.
just sewer, like what's that? Or is it?
It would be a separate enterprise fund.
But it's, what, yeah, go on, Jen.
I think we're asking, go ahead, I know what you're next.
No, go ahead.
No, it's water, right? It's all the water. It's
It would
not
be for,
sewer.
it would be the stormwater.
Yeah.
It would be.
But this
But it's
is
charged based on-
fair
It's
because
the discharge.
they
system.
based it off of the footprint of impervious area. So if you think of like a commercial property, it has a lot of impervious area, so it will be equally weighted. So therefore, the resident would be paying, what their little footprint was, and the commercial properties would be paying what their footprint was.
If they're on town sewer, everything.
No, that would be, it's kind of a complicated concept,
Yeah,
but what it is we have to maintain a stormwater discharge system, which is the storm drains.
Yeah.
There's the street sweeping is a component of that. There's reporting requirements. It's the payment would be passing a fee on to people that use the stormwater system. And how do you use the stormwater system? People call this a rain tax in some communities. What it is you would assess people based on impervious surface on their property. Typically, residents, in terms of allocating the cost, have less impervious surface per capita than a business or commercial.
so we're talking easily paved.
Paved or, roofs and pavement, so.
So this is at onto the property tax bill?
No, it would be a separate fee.
Like an enterprise.
It would be an
like,
enterprise fund.
water, sewer.
Separate bill that comes to the residents that they never paid for entirely that they'll see.
If
No.
this were adopted, yeah, if this were adopted.
Yeah, but, but, no, honestly, it could accumulate to savings for some residents because you're taxed on that amount anyway. But this way, they're paying into it like a electric charge or whatever, but they could actually see savings because right now it's just one cost that everybody pays for within their taxes.
Yeah.
Now, so because I was really into this, so I had Scott give me you determine the average single family home, let's say it's 3,000 square feet of impervious area, that equals 1 ERU. I don't know what that is. Number 2, you set a rate, for example. Thank you. You set a rate $90 per ERU. So for a commercial property with 15,000 square feet of roof, pavement, parking lot, it's 15,000 divided by 3,000 equals 5 ERUs. 5 times $90 is $450 per year. So it's by the footprint of impervious.
So this is what some of our neighbors have done, and it's an idea that's been put forward in the state in terms of the rising costs of the cost of complying with the MS4 permit.
What's the cost to administer this and do all the work to do the allocation and like, what's the administration cost?
The
of it?
consultant. is
Well, the consultant would.
60 to
there'd be a
70,000.
consultant.
So you can pay 60 or 70 grand for something that we have.
To raise $500,000, that was in with me.
Well, it would be $500,000 for an operating cost, but there'd also be you could isolate capital costs with, for example, a street sweeper. And other.
We just get that out of free cash anyways.
Well, it wasn't paid for free cash this past year. But
Well, yeah,
in
but
the
in
past
general,
we have, yeah.
yeah, but I mean, it's still like, to me, that's basically operating costs. You're paying capital to pay cash. You know, it's not, but like, it's not. So I guess like, we're gonna pay 60 or 70,000 one time or 60 or 70,000 dollars a year.
Well, the
It's-
administration would be, it would be the town administering the program. So I think the consultant would be bringing it in to
Yeah.
determine an ERU or what an ERU would be and to, and should be better information than I'm giving you right now. But
They're paying it already.
They're paying it
off.
already in tax, like we tax everybody for.
I know,
Yes.
that you had to through in front of us that were taxed on.
Yes.
Part of your property taxes.
Yeah.
People breaking up their driveways.
Gravel driveway. So
We're expanding green space.
I'm just wondering what the operating costs, incremental costs are to, for $500,000, how much more are you spending that's makes the $500,000 more expensive than it was?
more detailed information about this.
Okay.
condition.
Well, you're-
I don't have any.
Yeah,
Listen,
It'll
this
be
is
coming.
super valuable to orient us on your numbers, so they're familiar, we know, get to know that, the line items, and we learn. I feel like the repetition helps us a lot as we get deeper into the
Yes.
conversations.
it does.
So-
Repetition.
Yeah.
So again, we're looking for.
You always sound surprised from me.
We're looking for
It's always
creative
like,
ways
the
to
trash
try to-
bags last year, it's this one this time.
Well, we're looking at all options.
I know, but they're just kind of like a shell game sometimes, not always.
No, it really is supposed to save in the long run because, the people are paying for what they really
I get it.
pay
Yeah,
for.
I think it's
I don't-
dedicated, a dedicated
we are
funding
not-
source for an expense. that-
I don't get how it's saving a resident money.
Well, it would
Because-
shift the cost
It
basically.
shifts
It
costs.
shifts the cost.
But
It's
it's
not
not
saving.
in a disparaging way. They have more of a impervious footprint, so they should pay for what impervious they have.
Call it pavement tax.
Yeah, that's what.
Right,
it
Yeah, yeah.
tax, they've never called it pavement tax.
And you
have
actually
stuff-
get a credit if you have rain barrels.
Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah, so there's facets of it, like you have to have a way to reduce your cost. You can't just say
Yeah.
that you have to pay this, it's a variable rate, there has to be ways to reduce your cost, like ways to reduce your cost. And one of them, which Steph mentions, is like residents of. I'm getting ahead of myself talking about like, weeds of the program that we don't even have, but. One example of residences would be rain barrels. And
Scott tomorrow is gonna be like, what? It's great.
But there will be further discussion. about
Okay,
that.
so thank you. This
Definitely
is
more
part of
better.
the.
Okay, yeah, well, it's just an idea.
All right,
Go on.
anything else on fiscal year 28 budget goals? More to come, I think, right? Steph, economic development.
So, I included a survey. You know, we discussed that. I don't know if you had time to look at it, but, basically it's asking business owners their preference. Oh, thanks. You know, what type of business we operate, how long has your business been located here? Overall, how would you rate Northborough as a place to do business? What are the biggest challenges facing your business? Which economic development efforts would you most like the town to prioritize? Select 3. Have you interacted with the town regarding permits, inspections, licensing? If yes, how would you rate your experience? Which approach would you prefer for business engagement with the town? So our quarterly business roundtable facilitated by town staff, an informal economic development advisory group, a formal economic development committee appointed by the select board, no preference. If a committee were created, what should its primary focus be? Would you be interested in serving or participating in the or business roundtable? How do you prefer to receive information? What's one thing the town could do better to support your business? So it's a business friendly survey.
I love the idea of the economic development committee in theory. I would say that, one of the feedback at least I get to people that own businesses or people that are trying to develop or start businesses here. We have to have the zoning boards, planning boards on board with this. So we can get past this, sort of no borough.
Yeah.
It's critical. What I would really hate to see is a committee like this put together that really just becomes a lot of building rules, right? If it continues to be difficult to bring business into town, it's just good work going after that. So I would really encourage us to figure out a way, or think about ways that, with the zoning board and planning commission, whatever, that we can get us all on the same page in terms of where our goals here is to increase our revenue base, right? Because when you look at all these numbers, all these things, there is no silver bullet.
Yeah.
But the most substantial thing we can do would be make it easier to come into this town and do business, establish yourself as business.
But how much of that no borough theme is actually true? Planning board has not said no to any project.
We need to be more creative potentially with zoning, things like that. I mean, again, I get the idea of like trying to maintain who we are as a town and all these kind of things, but if we can't increase our revenue base, we're gonna have one budgeting cycle after another forever that looks like this.
Yeah, and we'll keep to have the 28% that we have commercial.
Sure, I know, and compared to a lot of.
No, but I'm saying, A, I don't want to lose it, and B, I want to add to it.
We want to add to it, and I think that's part of it. Like I think, I think it's people are discouraged when they come in and try to develop or do business here. And I've talked to dozens of people. It's the same story.
Yeah, it's definitely true. Sorry, Justin.
No, carry on. As long as you agree with me, just.
Yeah.
No, and we ran out of mostly buildable space, right? So we need businesses to invest back in their properties, invest back in businesses to increase that share of commercial industrial, right? We don't have space anymore for another, large employer to come in and build a large building and pay a bunch of property tax. Like we need them to invest in those properties. We have to find a way to do that. And I'm thinking back to meetings that we've had where not only do you hear it from people on the street, right, people that you talk to, but we've had people come to meetings saying like, no, this is true, this is what it is, and these are the issues I have. We need to identify that. It's not all planning and zoning, but it's partly, right? We need to sort of have that sort of open conversation of, okay, what's working, what's not, what are people actually experiencing? And sort of try and work some changes through, you don't want to have take all the guardrails off my people. Just so do whatever they want. You have to have some regulation and rule, but we have to find a better, sweeter spot. To encourage, it sounds nice and it's hard to do, but that's where we need to go.
Yeah.
Or else you end up with, as Jeff said, an economic development committee that can have the greatest ideas in the world, but it'll never get done.
Could you give some examples of like the hardships people are finding when they want to start business?
I mean, I know in meetings, people have talked about, and I don't want to necessarily pick on individual boards or committees, but, boards and committees that review things in this town, things that people want to do and having issues with. I don't want to bring up any specific instances that people have mentioned to me personally. I just,
I do think for productivity, we're gonna have to get specific. Like, I'm not asking you to right now.
No. By the way, it's not just commercial development, it could be residential development as well, where I talk to people that they run into walls, right? You do this, you can't do this, or you have to subdivide this a different way, or you can put this many units, it's those kinds of things where there are opportunities for us to generate income for that. I think we have to look more closely.
And if it's the rules, the bylaws or the subdivision regs we have to change, then we should change them if they're not,
For sure.
user friendly.
Also making that process a little bit easier and more efficient.
Okay, we really have tried that,
Oh, yes.
and I think it is working because everybody comes to the table at once. I was just actually walking by the downstairs conference room and everybody was there, so Conservation Commission, building, planning, DPW. I'll go in if it's, a bigger business, but yeah, it's honestly. I think it's working, but I'd love to hear what the outside businesses have to say, because I can only, know what I know.
I heard things while I was campaigning, and the people were, having permitting process, length of time it takes.
Yeah.
Continuation.
Yeah. Right.
And then some of that's certainly been frustration of saying, I want to build this here, but it's not zoned that way. I want to do this. Like, that's another.
Yes.
That's different than, because that comes up quite a bit too, when you hear people feel like our
Zoning's too.
restrictive for, and there's a balance there, like,
Right.
so it's not, but that, I hear that feedback, yeah.
I think this is really good. But another survey I might be interested in is what are the residents looking for businesses coming in?
Oh, that's good.
Candidly, that's when I think economic development, my slant is to how do we develop Northborough with businesses that fit
Will
with it.
succeed.
Yes,
Okay.
and like things that add to the enjoyment of our community. And so I don't necessarily look at it in terms necessarily about companies coming in paying more taxes. I mean, that's the piece of it.
Well, it's both of those things.
Yeah.
It's not one or the, it's both.
Yeah, that's actually good. I can do that too.
Well, it's a more proactive approach as opposed to reactive.
Yeah.
Because you see, a business comes in and someone says, well, why is there another, pizza place? And so, well, it's kind of the way it works right now is someone wants to buy that property and that's what they're gonna do with it. But if there's more proactive,
Right.
a more proactive stance, we could actually market.
Like we need more gas stations.
Yeah.
It takes gas.
That's why we both need empty.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I love it. I absolutely support it. I just want to make sure that it's supported in the right way. So it's just not a lot of surveys, collecting a lot of data that we can't act.
Right, absolutely. I hear you, but I think this would give us a good idea. Because do businesses want it formal or do they want it informal? And when I'm doing the Discover Northborough, one business said, I want it informal. I would like, just a very informal approach and not having to be there if I couldn't be there, because of course they're running a business at the same time, but yeah, so.
One little thing I was wondering, on number 3.
Yeah.
Would you consider adding an option like explain?
Not at all. Just kidding.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
because that's the kind of leading question.
Yeah, I think a lot of these.
Some of them are
Pretty
pretty
common.
I mean, I guess, yeah, it could do with this.
Whoever thought,
Right.
applicable.
Yeah. We got there.
How are you gonna get this to businesses? What's the?
So we already have, from the Moon Row. Trick or treating.
Yeah.
Thing we ran last year. We have a ton of business emails from that, plus the town clerk's office has like all of the DBAs, so yeah, we have a lot. And we can say, yeah, share.
Yeah, you want to share it with
Yeah.
channels.
And we want it as a link, so people can just, it's fillable, so.
Yeah, just like Google.
Right.
Form.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Okay, you say it. Good admins, do all this stuff.
On reports?
Let me just see if there's anything. Let me see. So Saint Cobain. I went to the ribbon cutting for their fire lab. It's so funny because all the newspapers said it was Northborough. The CEO got a woman from Northborough. But then I'm reading it's in Marlborough, so I'm so
It was
confused.
all clear, Marvel, to me, when we site.
Me too.
And we went and we said, there's the line, there's the fire tower, here's what Northborough
Me
owns, there's what,
That's why I was so confused, but anyway,
it is Marlboro, right?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was regardless, I was like
We just move along and.
White Cliffs,
Get the taxi.
we're working finally with the preservation restriction, and I think we're gonna have like a little side MOA with the Northborough Historical Society, because there were things that they wanted in writing, but we couldn't put them in the PR, so we just decided we'll have a MOA, so preservation restriction, yeah. Let's see, so that's.
When we track an agreement, do you think?
We have to wait for the AG's office still, sometime in August, we should hear. For the zoning, and then once that PR is approved by the attorneys, the town, and. You know, Albert. And Michael Steinitz from MHC. I did some research with Scott on this, replacing the Lions Club sign near Blake Street. So it's in the downtown area, so we would have to ask for a special permit from or a variance from the ZBA. The cost range from 48 to 54,000. But honestly, 60,000. To do it right and put the proper, you know. What do you call that, base work around the
So that
sign?
we take it down.
I think, was it? That's like a very small, yeah.
Oh, it was.
I think it was, yeah, but,
1,800 bucks.
right,
We're looking, I thought we were just looking to get rid of it, we're looking to put another sign up.
we're looking to put another sign up, an electronic sign. I think it would be nice because then all of our town news.
It's the Lions Club still on, they want to.
I'm-
Sponsor it.
They are, right, I think, but maybe they should they be responsible for taking it down?
No, we can do that, that's easy, our guys can do that, so we don't have to pay someone.
And can we look into, is there any possibility CPC would?
Possibly. Yeah. Possibly.
We still have unspent ARPA money for signs.
No, it all had to be used by December, that we
Well,
allocated
it's in-
all of the funds, right?
Oh, yeah, we have a contract.
With the 35,000 budget.
Oh, you're talking about the building signs that we have? Yeah.
That's contract.
I don't think that's spent yet. I think it's
But it's contract.
obligated, but there's contract.
Yeah. But they have to be installed by December 30th. 31st.
Yeah, they have to pay the bill by December 2026.
Yeah,
Seemed like a long time.
okay, National Grid's basic service rates right now are $17.18. Our Northborough economy is $13.96. That's good. We had Northborough District Day. They stopped at the Peachtree School to discuss the proposed project, then they went to the senior center and had ice cream. Northborough Cultural Council unveiled the Seasons of Northborough at the town hall. Beautiful. Melissa Candina is the artist. Good job. Fiscal year 28, we already talked about budget. Northborough Media Connection, they're doing a lot. Outreach, I mean, over $10,000 viewers. Yeah, library, 500 residents registered for summer reading program, the art show. We had 100 entries, which is great. The artwork's all in the library. Senior center, coffee and conversation, police chief is very popular. They read the Declaration of Independence. They're increasing their nutrition for the at the bistro by working with that Framingham State partnership. Rec, Northborough Arts Council, Sculpture found a permanent home in no Aspet Park. They had a splash pad, the Be Well Carnival had over 1,000 attendees, and Saint-Gobain and Central One Federal Credit Union would love to do it again. Building department, our new admin, we stole their admin and brought her to our office, and so they have another one. Karen was great because she was in construction, so she's great with permitting and talking to people. Hit Tracks is moving to the corner of Lyman Street. Saint-Gobain, their foundation work is underway. A temporary paid parking area is being installed for construction crews and will ultimately become a permanent parking lot. Lee from our assessing department left. He went to Norwood. We wish him the best. He left us in a great place, and we have really good candidates, so we're happy about it. Yes, accounting. July 15th, yep, so we're trying to close, of course, fiscal year 26. IT, planning. Zoning Board of Appeals on July 28th approved special permits and variances for proposed mixed use at 1 Church Street, that's Millie's buildings. Public hearing for 409 Green Street, cell tower is tonight. I don't know what happened with that. Complete street sidewalks improvement on Pierce and Blake are anticipated for September. Public hearing, August 11th for 17 Green Street, that's the Knox. That we just voted on the yeah. Construction continues on the duplex project at 2 Buena Vista. The former DCAM property on Lyman Street has a pre-application meeting scheduled with the developer's engineer. No formal scope has been, told to us yet.
The former DPM one, the triangle that.
Yes, yeah, so they pulled permits, so now we're gonna find.
Permits for what?
I mean, of course, they're gonna be building some type of multi-family, remember? Well, it's the housing units that remember the housing, the state housing development.
Inches per acre, it's
Yeah.
a built single family.
We didn't get any confirmation that was gonna be any, what we even talked about was that our preference would have been the 4 houses per acre.
Well, it is.
That's-
Yes, absolutely.
There's no stories involved.
I don't, but it's 4 units per acre. That is all that, is outside of their normal.
Does that put them at about 20 units total?
I forget how big that property was.
Is it zoned for townhouses or zoned for single families? What's the zoning?
It's any type of housing,
Any type?
yeah.
It doesn't have.
State property overrides the zone.
It does, but we fortunately got them to agree to the 4 units per acre and a lot of towns didn't.
We did.
So, yeah, so that's part of the provision.
When-
For separate unit scope. 4 units per acre, so they can't put any more on. But so sometimes
Units or like,
Attached.
it could be attached, it could be a, you know. Duplex, a triplex, a fourplex, 4 units.
And 15% will be affordable housing.
I think so.
I think so. I think if there's anything above 8, you got the 15% affordable.
Is it 15 or?
It's not
Above the state property, they didn't care about the affordable housing piece.
Really? That hurt our numbers.
It was just trying to get as much housing out as possible. State.
Okay, insulation work.
Yeah.
HVAC is progressing.
It's a lot.
The apples have been placed around town. Keep your eyes out. The spotted lanternfly, the DCR is aware of the infestation. They're gonna undertake treatment efforts as they eat everything. New municipal building signs have to be in the ground before December 31st. The town anticipates advertising bids in September for new flooring and carpeting at town halls. Yeah. Police Department Youth Academy was a success. Health and Human Services, the West Nile virus, they sprayed, the Department of Public Health, is looking into it, so I think everything's awesome with it. And that's it. That's all I got.
Steph, you were just talking to Mike on a sidebar.
Yeah.
We're clear on the decant that it's gonna be, we
Definitely.
wrote a letter, I don't remember hearing back.
Yes, yeah, we
So we're
did.
clear on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure. Of course, there must be some affordable housing component, but I just don't know the percentage.
And then do we know what's happening with the Westboro property? Because Westboro had the same, a bigger, more land
Yeah.
in that area.
Yeah, and they didn't have the 4 units per acre.
Yeah, I just wonder if, I mean, yeah, they're gonna put any infrastructure in there. 'Cause
Well, I'll let you know.
Yeah. when do you think this will start to take form when we'll get more information?
Oh,
on it?
very soon,
Okay,
because they already filled out their permitting.
okay.
Yeah. So they'll have a pre-application meeting, so that's kind of what I'm talking about, a pre-application. Actually, I'll just go to it.
Is that,
In the conference room downstairs, usually we,
is it a public meeting?
no. But you can come.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay. I'm just in this one.
Yeah.
reports?
Any reports, Mike, lead us off if you have anything of, I mean, and I make it on.
Yeah. You have a slide deck.
We love you.
Yeah, Julia, Julia.
This is my one-man show. You got something.
I actually have a housekeeping question. The Safe Routes to School grant for Main Street sidewalk. Are we clear on who's leading that now?
The safer,
The
Safe Routes.
Isn't the
Safe Routes
grant
to
for
School.
Main Street sidewalk called Safe Routes to School?
yeah, so we talked to the school, we talked to Keith. And they have tried several times to no avail. They will try again. It's in October. The whole application process will open up. They will try,
What is
and
it?
I'll remember.
What does that mean, try?
They'll try to apply for the grant and hopefully get it, but
We could write the grant now with no criteria.
yes, the only thing is, it looks better coming from the school. I'd write it in 2 seconds.
Well, I mean, we could write the grant for the school.
Yeah.
I mean, I,
And I will, I told them, I said Lori, the Connors and I will absolutely help whatever way they need our assistance. Absolutely.
Well, we've never gotten that grant. Have we, in this town?
Yes, definitely.
When?
I don't know. Actually, wait, I'm texting Lori now. She just text me. Hold on. How many times have we received the Safe Routes to School grant? Since you've been here, question mark. I think she's still in the meeting.
Oh, for the cell tower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna.
Move her on to the next.
Yeah.
That's. I've been trying to listen in on this, I do it.
But did the school, question mark? She said never from the town. So, oh, I meant to say products, never. But. See.
You've got to come up with a plan for Maple Street.
Well, I think we need to be clear. I think your question's a great question. Who owns it? What's our time frame? And if we write the grant for the school committee to work out, I'm fine with that too, but. Like, we should.
Oh, she
sure
said check with the school.
I know, this is a little bit.
She's tired like me, she's like.
I mean, I think the school knows there's a level of
Right.
priority to it.
I
but
guess that's
you couldn't
where
even
school-
request that grant for that street till you had a certain level of project completion, which
Right.
we only got after expenditures for some ARPA money and things got.
Yeah.
It's running, and it ran its course. So I don't know if the school had requested that grant for that. I don't know if you could have requested it for that and have project completion percentage.
I think that's
Or they requested it for other things and didn't get it. Obviously, that's the same street, we're looking, and there was sidewalk there, but we're looking to build a new school building there.
Yeah,
So, you know, it, to me, doesn't make a lot of sense to build a brand new school building that you can't traverse the entire street and safely walk to. So I think, yeah, I think they're aware of the priority, from the citizens, from the select board, you know, and I think the school committee gets it. I think like Scott would present on it, he said it's a safe route to schools, it's something the schools should take the lead on. I think we've made it clear that it's a priority for the board.
yeah, I
but
did
it's
tell them
something that
I would help.
from schools, either writing the grant, using some combination of, you know, what the building, a new Peasley building, is, you
Yeah.
know, if it's $1 million sidewalk, where does that money come from? Whether it's grant or if it's funding from. Other sources.
Is the school equipped to do this, like in terms of like, you know, they know the process, they've got someone to correct grants, like they
Oh,
got
of
a
course,
name,
oh, yeah,
they got a name, they attach to it, like, I don't think just attach a name to it. Like John Smith, you're responsible for it.
oh,
John
yeah,
Smith, where are we?
oh, they submit, oh my gosh, they're like us, like,
Awesome.
Yeah,
the minute they hear, right, you, yes. Yeah.
Should we put on the coming select board agenda for an update on the grant process? I'm just, I'd say accountability.
Well, you can put it on me, that's fine,
Okay,
yeah, because I know it's October, so. You know, probably. The end of.
September.
Thank you.
it's gonna get busy quick after summer, I'm trying to be there quick, that's just a watch out for us.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah,
School starts.
actually, I'll
It's good call. Anything else, Julie?
Oh, no, I'm done.
Jeff,
Passing in the interest of time.
Leslie?
Well, Steph pretty much said it all. I just think that the apples are very good around town, and I do the 10-minute thing, and, you know, when the artist was acknowledged, the 4 panels on town hall, really. Interesting person, and the panels are good, so it's very nice. Yeah, the Cultural Council did a great job, they even brought snacks. It's like, that's a table with drinks and cookies, I thought that was nice. So.
Excellent, and no report from me, and review and approval of meeting minutes from June 22nd, 2026. Do I have a motion?
I move that the select board vote to approve the meeting minutes of June 22, 2026 as presented.
Sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
And then public comment. Seeing none,
Wait for it.
nothing, seeing none. Future agenda items, I see some on the bottom, we got short-term rentals. Regs, municipal parking, private summit, we meet again in 2 weeks from today, we're gonna get back to the 2-week cadence, so some quality time coming for this group.
Did you say quality time?
Any future agendas people should bring forward now, and of course you can always bring them forward
Well, you know what should be on here, the tax conversation. The tax classification conversation
Yeah.
for September.
Yep, big call out. My brain's a little slow, so I might need to get back to you if there's something. Let's see. Any other business to come for the board? Hearing none, Devin, wish to adjourn.
No move. Yes, okay, you got it.
Everybody slow down.
Great. I move the select board vote to adjourn the meeting at. We'll call it 12:49.
Hey,
11:40. 11:49.
It's still August
It's
10th.
still today.
Katie, second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, on the ground, good night.